disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor, and it looked as though it was domestic violence.
I thought I did the prison time for that already.
You on
well, it does look like it's post-conviction, but but they actually set a $2,500 bond in that case. So if you remain in custody, you'll be appointed counsel at your next hearing, and that actually is for limited representation regarding just to the bond amount. But they actually had an incredibly high bond, so $2,500.
So how much is it to get out?
So altogether, it's $500 on this on the new felony, but you have $2,000 for the for the Superior Court probation, and then $2,500 on the other one. So it's $5,000 total. Okay, so you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork.
Next! Up next on The Price is Wrong.
Rhett Bolton, please come to the podium.
It's kind of slow for a Friday.
Manuel Monge, please go to the chair. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Upshaw first, please.
Hey, thank you, Gio. Thank you. Really, hey, I appreciate your energy, Gio.
Yes,
motivating everybody to get us to the 20,000 taps, if you will.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to.
What do you guys think she did?
And can you please state your name?
Harlan Upshaw, 8487.
Thank you. And actually, I have 3 cases for you today. They're number 5, 6, and 7. And your middle name is Anthony, correct?
Yes.
Middle name Anthony.
And they all have the same name and date of birth. Okay. Going with number 5, it is a warrant out of Manistee Justice Court. It is for 1 count of driving with a suspended license as a Class 1 misdemeanor. Because it is Justice Court, I am going to be appointing the Public Defender's Office just in case regarding the bond, in case you're still in custody. It is an arraignment hearing set on July 2nd at 10:30 a.m. And the bond is for $500. On the new case for Superior Court, it is for 1 count of, which is number 6 on the docket. It is for 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I did find that there's probable cause for these charges. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have a status conference set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on July 7th at 8:30 a.m. And I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
How much?
$1,000.
Okay.
On the other one, which is a warrant out of West McDowell Justice Court, it is also for 1 count of driving on a suspended license. And again, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office. And on this one, again, I'm appointing the counsel just regarding the bond. That's because in city, like in lower, like city courts and justice courts, it's really supposed to be just for the bond, not when we're setting them when they're not involving
the judge acts like she just got hired yesterday.
Or DUIs.
Like, come on, lady, get with the program.
That bond amount is for $627.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gotta pay my bond before I can even get released.
Yes.
Okay. How much is that all totaled?
I am honestly not sure. So I really got a lot more.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hey, don't be driving out without a driver's license.
Okay, Brett Bolton, please come to the podium.
Don't be carrying dangerous rugs on you.
Manuel Monge, please come to the chair.
We were completed Mario. What up? Hey, what up, Andrea? What do you guys think this gentleman did right here?
Yeah.
Going once.
I've gone through all 3 of them.
Twice.
Oh, you know what?
Hey, Gio, gracias. We're up to
I've gone through
13,000 taps. Thank you.
All of her.
I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I went through all of her dates. I went through
robbery,
all of her amounts. Yes. It's just I didn't tell her about her.
Rugs.
How much was all together?
Let's see what he did. I would say most likely rugs. Just
Mr. Bolton. Okay, now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cases before me today.
Damn.
Okay, so we'll just go through each of them. Okay, but let's just go with your name first, please.
Brett David Bolton, 51587.
Thank you so much. You are like on it. Okay, and they are all the same
Probation
name.
violations?
No. Well, they might be that too, but they are all the same name and date of birth. That way we don't have to say your name and date of birth each and every time. But going back to number 27 on the docket, I am going to be appointing, actually, let's just do that.
Yeah, I didn't take my ADH meds today. They're a bit expensive right now. Times are rough. Hey, thank you for that. Who was that? It's me. Gracias. Hey, what's up? Watch Save.
On each of them, I am appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
All right.
And they are all going to be having the same date for court. They're going to all be July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. But let me just go back to July 7th. Let's go back to number 27.
Renee, thank you.
Okay.
Really appreciate you.
Appointing counsel, probation hearings on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. Your secured appearance bond is in the amount of $750. If they were all the same amount of bond, I could just say, just make it even easier. But they are, I do know that they're different. So on number 28, the warrant is, you have warrant for violating your probation. I'm appointing counsel. You have the probation hearings on the same date and time as the others, July 3rd at 8:30, and the bond is in the amount of $750. Number 29, a warrant for violating your probation. I'm appointing counsel. The probation hearings are on the same date and time on July 3rd at 8:30, $750. Number 30 is a warrant for violating your probation. I'm appointing counsel. Probation hearings set on the same date and time. However, the bond amount is $2,500. So that I knew that there was one that was much more. However, I think this one is where it's actually a new case. This is a Superior Court arrest warrant, which is different. It is where you are being charged with one count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a Class 4 felony, one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony, and one count of tampering with physical evidence as a Class 6 felony. They're saying that this happened on April the 7th of 2024. I am appointing counsel to represent you. I did not need to find probable cause because it was a direct complaint where it was found. There's a status conference set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on July 7th at 8:30 a.m. And on this case, it's a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250. Right. So those are all your different bond amounts. If you want to just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
He had a probation violation. He had rugs. He had paraphernalia. And tampering
Manuel Monge, please come to the podium. Dominic Salazar, please go to the chair.
Next. Let's see. Hey, if you guys don't mind tapping, let's get to 20,000 taps. We're at 17,000 so far. Highly appreciate you guys.
Hello, sir.
What up, Simona?
Now, you have two cases before me today, number 8 and number 9 on the docket. So let's go to number 8. Could you please state your name and your date of birth?
Manuel Monge, 6/4/1985.
Okay, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your last name. And they are the same name and date of birth for both cases. Now let's go to number 8. It is a warrant for missing a non-witness violation hearing. Coming back, the
all right, so he had a warrant.
Underlying charges. It's interesting because it is this state that it's a failure to appear for a non-witness violation hearing. So, okay. Well,
when somebody says interesting, I hear my wife's voice.
Well, going back to 8, again, we have your name, your date of birth. It is a warrant for failing to show up for court.
Failure to appear, FTA.
You have existing counsel. You have a status conference post-warrant on July 7th at 8:30 a.m. I am affirming the warrant in the amount of $2,500. If you do get released because you are on probation, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. On your other case, number 9 on the docket, you also have a warrant for failing to show up for court. And on this one, it is saying that you failed to show up for a comprehensive pretrial conference. Again, you have, these charges are actually 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing a narcotic drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony, which happened on April 27th of 2024. It appears you have existing counsel. You have a status conference post-warrant on July 7th at 8:30 a.m., and I am affirming this bond amount also in $2,500. So it's a total of $5,000.
I don't even think this was a
Go to
wait.
your left to get your paperwork.
What up, Boo? How's it going?
Dominic Salazar, please come to the podium. Michael Olivas, please go to the chair.
Okay, all right. Let's see who's up. That one always cracks me up. The skin flute, if you will. And you might be wondering, what's the skin flute?
Hello, sir.
You don't want to know. What do you guys think this
please state your
gentleman
name?
did?
And Dominic Salazar.
And your middle name is Xavier?
Yeah.
And your date of birth?
7/28/1997.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for failing to show up for court. Your underlying charges is 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. It appears you have existing counsel. You have a status conference post-warrant on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m., and I am affirming the warrant for a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Okay, so if you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
I just got to post $1,000.
Yes.
He's about to get his warranty extended. Like
And, well, if you can make bond, you can get out. But if you can't, then you'll be transported for court.
Well, when do I have court?
You have court on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
this wouldn't even take off his hat.
Michael Olivas, please come to the podium.
That's the way he
Jessica
just rolls.
Vega, please go to the chair.
Boo, right, this is my favorite, if you will.
Hello, sir. You have 3 cases before me today, number 12, 13, and 14 on the docket. And let's just take them one at a time. Could you please state your name and your date of birth?
Michael Olivas, 12/29/91.
Actually, you know what? Could you please state your name again?
Michael Olivas,
And your middle name?
Angelo.
Thank you. And let me take a look. Yes, that is the same name on each case. And your date of birth?
12/29/91.
Thank you. And that is the date of birth on each of these cases.
I normally watch them with my eyes because it's kind of hard.
They
to watch
are
with my
all
mouth.
for warrants for violating your probation. So let's go to number 12. I am appointing counsel to represent you, although I believe you may have existing counsel, but I just want to confirm it. I think it may have been a while. So you have probation
My wife
revocation
tells me I'm
hearings
not funny.
set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $250. If you are released, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, and that will be for everything. Because when you're on probation, you need to make sure you contact your probation officer. On your next case, it is also a warrant for violating your probation. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. Again, probation hearings on the same date and time as the other one, which is July 3rd at 8:30 a.m., and a secured appearance bond is the same amount as $250. And on your last case, it is also a warrant for violating your probation. I'm again appointing counsel to represent you. Also, your hearing in this case is on the same date and time as the other 2 cases, July 3rd at 8:30 a.m., and the bond amount will be the same, $250. So a total amount of $750. All right, if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Jessica Vega, please come to the podium.
You have to
Dina
move it.
Romero, please go to the chair. Hello. And can you please state your full
Damn.
name?
Jessica Vega,
Thank you. And your date of birth?
12/10/84.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for failing to show up for court. Your underlying charge is
Kind of
1
like
count of
Garcia.
possessing or using a narcotic drug as a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I am appointing counsel, although you may have existing counsel. You have a warrant. Your next court date will be a status conference post-warrant, and it's set for July 3rd at 8:30 a.m.
Am I allowed to go home until then?
Well, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $450.
Okay.
So if you can make your bond amount, then you can then you can go home. But if you can't, then you'll be transported to court.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Danae Romero, please come to the podium. Sean Randall, please go to the chair.
Can I go home? Go to your cell.
Hello. Can you please state your full name?
Dana Marie Monique Romero.
What?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Huh?
Dana Marie Monique Romero.
Okay. And your date of birth?
8/26/92.
Thank you. Now, you have a warrant for violating your probation, and I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m., and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you do get released, be sure to contact your probation officer within 24 hours.
What is it, 750, you said?
Yes, $750, but you also have to, and if you overheard, other people I was telling them to contact the probation officer within 72 hours, you need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours because you're on IPS.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
Sean Randall, please contact your, sorry.
Imagine
Sean, please come
wake
to the
up to
podium. Clyde Young, please go to the chair.
And then she talks to you like that? I would have jumped out the bed like, what?
Hello,
Hold
sir.
up.
Can you please state your full name?
Sean Craig Randall,
Thank you, and your date of birth.
2377.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m., and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100.
She has a deeper voice than my husband.
Okay.
Okay. That was the one.
Ay, ay, ay. That definitely startled me. I wasn't expecting that to come
Clyde
out of her
Young,
mouth.
please come to the podium.
She sounds tougher than me. Super deep voice.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name?
Clyde Adrian Young,
Thank you, and your date of birth?
April 25th, 1983.
Thank you.
May I say something, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm so excited for one thing, and it's because I just got approved to be on a lease for an apartment.
Oh, nice.
And it's my first time out of 42 years I've been living, so I'm very excited about that.
Hell
And
yeah.
I also, I had contacted my attorney, and she was supposed to reschedule my court date for the June 30th, which is on Monday. Although my warrant didn't get lifted, I did make an attempt to contact my attorney so that she can get the date changed because I had school that day and I became ill. And I know I'm prepared because she said I should have contacted her like the day previous before, and it probably got done differently. But I did make an attempt to try to rectify that.
Okay, let me see if there's any notes or anything in here that shows that.
But what I want to know is, did you sign the lease
if
already,
there's
or you
anything
didn't
of
sign the lease?
what you're saying.
That's the $1 million question. Cha-cha.
Oh, okay.
It was definitely a run-on sentence right there. Excuses, dog, ate my homework. Why do they think it makes a difference to give excuses at this point?
Okay, so let me see if there was a motion to quash.
How many of you guys think that they put in a motion to squash? Is it squash or squash? Or quash? I forget. I'm like, I'm not sure if it's squash or quash. But whichever one is the correct one, go ahead and put in that paperwork. Quash. Can I get a quash with a side order of 2 squashes, if you will?
Well, you know what? Okay.
James Hay Business
Because
School
the
bus.
state initially wasn't going to deny, was going to. Thank you so much for looking at that for me. All right. Based on the fact that your attorney did do a motion, and the fact that the state wasn't opposing it, I will change my order.
Damn!
Okay? Because I was going to affirm the warrant that was asking for a $250
Damn,
bond.
that should work.
But I will change it to allowing you to be.
What up, Kristen?
I will change it to an OR release.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So.
Hey, he played that good. Hey, my hat's off to him.
Show up for court.
At least
Yes,
he didn't
ma'am, I
cry
will,
like the
ma'am.
dude from yesterday.
Because you will not get this opportunity again.
Thank you, ma'am. I
You
appreciate you.
understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this is for, what type of case is it? Are these new?
I gotta keep that one in the. If I
right, let me save this,
land in front of a judge, I gotta keep that one in mind. Go up there.
We will sign it.
Yeah, can I say something, Your Honor, please?
Okay, so let's
With
see.
all due respect, Your Honor. Right? If we
So,
see you next
yes.
week.
So I was going over what the underlying charges were, but it looks like you have existing counsel. Looks like that you have a non-witness violation hearing with a possible disposition set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. Oh, wait a minute, it still shows that I have, it still shows the bond.
He's guilty,
I need to
just
still
not
change
the
it
case.
again. I changed it
Finessed
to
it
more.
Damn, I
I
wanted
don't know why.
the rent
Here,
payment.
hit save. Oh, because I didn't change, because
He
it's
failed
now
to
making
appear
me
to
do
his court
something
date.
about the attorney. Okay. You have existing counsel.
Hey, I'm waiting for you. If anybody from Arizona, Maricopa specifically, if you got
There's
anybody
existing
or you ever show up right here, I need you guys to give us a shout out. Hey, I want to give a shout out to James and CollectCallFrom.
Did it fix it now?
Please, and por favor.
Okay, good. Okay. So I changed it to allowing you to be released on your own recognizance because your attorney did do a motion earlier and because the state actually had not really opposed it.
Okay.
But I think that the judge was kind of like, enough is enough, so.
Okay.
But you're here and you're giving me reasons why and show up.
Yes,
And I
ma'am.
do really believe that you're sincere.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, but I can also understand the judge at the time, like having just so many things and just people not
man
showing
did
up
it.
and it's like just, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so show up and all should be good, okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, bye-bye.
Hey, what up, Frankie? I will do it.
All right, so
Ay, ay, ay.
Yesenia Martinez Olivas, please come to the podium.
Hats off too, yup. I think that played a key role.
McCollum Harville, please go to the chair.
Hello.
Hello, can you please state your full name?
Yesenia Martinez Olivas,
Thank you, and your date of birth?
What up,
March
Nikki?
18, 1995.
Thank you, and you have a warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court, and
DUI? Domestic?
I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. I'm appointing them on a limited representation regarding the bond issue only. You have an arraignment set on July 2nd at 1 p.m. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is for a DUI, so actually it won't be for, it will be for, oh, wait a minute, it's post-conviction though, correct?
Yeah, because
okay.
I did do my DUI. I went in
I knew it,
and I
DUI.
turned myself in for the 24 hours. So I thought I was okay with that.
Well, apparently they're thinking that you haven't done something that you're supposed to do.
Okay.
So, you still need to see them for something. So the bond amount is $500. I'm affirming their warrant.
What up, Nikki?
However, that's why I'm going to appoint counsel though, is on the bond issue only. Okay? It's obviously if you make bond, then they won't be needing to represent you. And then, of course, you can talk to the judge and talk to the court about why they're,
Okay.
why.
So I'll be able to leave with that bond?
Yes, if you can make bond, you'll be able to get out of custody, yes.
Okay. And how does that work?
The detention officers can talk to you about that.
All right, cool.
But yes, you need to make bond to be able to get out. Okay. All right, so.
I don't know, you know what, like being in court
Yes,
on
nothing
Zoom.
else needs to be reprinted.
It's just
All right, so then just go to your left and get your paperwork.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you so
let me
much.
say it, but I don't know, I told you the date. It is an arraignment on July 2nd at 1 p.m.
Can you do text?
And it was on the paperwork where I need to
Yes,
go?
all your paperwork will be on there. It is North Mesa Justice Court.
Okay, that's where I went to
Yes.
do my, okay.
Yes.
And my
So that-
bond is 500?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Yes.
Mikhail Harville,
I don't
please
see
come
them
to the
getting rid of it
podium.
because they make
Christopher
money.
Piper, please go to the chair.
There's just too much money involved in the cash bail system.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Your Honor.
And can you please state your full name?
Michael James Harville.
Thank
Junior,
you.
1375.
1375, yes, that's what I have. It's a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750.
Can I explain this whole?
I'm just going to be, I'm affirming the,
I have stage 4 lung, metastatic cancer.
Damn.
okay.
And-
Well, they do have medical here at the jail. So.
Well, I mean, that's why.
They're gonna give him ibuprofen 200 for that.
When I left the hospital,
Okay, well, you're going to have counsel, and you can talk to them about any sort of mitigating issues.
Okay.
But right now, and I did appoint counsel to represent you, but in regards to the case, that you can discuss that with, with your attorney to be able to talk to your next judge. I'm just dealing with release conditions.
Okay, so I have a
bond in the amount of $750.
Right, Wood?
Okay.
So if you can make bond, then you can be released. And if you do, be sure to make sure that you contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
All right?
All
Hey,
right.
that's the last place
Thank
I would
you.
want to be if I had
And I do hope you feel better.
Feel better, man. This fool has stage 4.
It's going that way, but.
Well,
You don't want
know
to be
what?
in freaking lockup when you have
It can
that.
happen. It can. I know my
That place
sister
is
survived
dirty. Hey, what up,
cancer,
Sancho
so
310?
good luck. I hope you can too.
Thank you.
Hey, but yeah, I would not be committing crimes
Christopher
unless I was
Piper?
ready to
Please come to the podium.
spend my last days in there. No gracias.
Hello, Mr. Piper.
Hello,
Can you
Piper.
please tell me your full name?
Christopher Lee Piper, 5372.
Thank you. And you are being charged with 1 count of criminal trespassing in the first degree as a Class 6 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on July 11th.
Status conference for what?
Because as I just told you, you are being charged with criminal trespassing in the first degree as a Class 6 felony.
No, I tried to get out of it and I was in.
Excuse me, sir. You do not want to talk about the charges because
Don't
this
talk
is
about
being
it.
taped and or recorded, and it could be used against you later at another in your trial.
Right.
So
Whatever.
I am appointing counsel to represent you, so you can always talk to your attorney later on.
Can I say something here?
I
I would
would-
like to say something
No.
here. Very important.
I-
Very important,
Say it.
okay? Please.
Yeah.
Sir,
I got kicked out of the Phoenix Oasis reentry going for the same charge, okay? And
sir, I will tell you right now, this is about about your release conditions, and right now I'm planning on releasing you on your own recognizance.
Okay.
So I would say the best thing for you to do is just to be quiet, okay? Because I'm going to let you be released on your own.
I get it.
promise
I
here
just
before.
got screwed out of my Phoenix reentry program that I was in before this happened.
Okay, well, at this
Okay.
moment, it has nothing
Even though I
to
was
me-
doing good. Yes,
that
it
will
does
not
that.
help me make any decision to be able to change my decision, because you want me to stop to not let you out?
Yeah.
So,
I didn't say that.
Then-
I would like to
then
hear
I
some
would-
positive things here.
then I would say it would be better for
Whatever.
you if I just did my
Ooh,
order. Would
ultimate
that
That's
be-
fine, do your order. You
Okay.
don't care anyway.
Well, I'm just letting you know that right now, I am giving you a very good order. So it would be better
Okay,
for you
that's
if I
fine.
just said what I'm going
Yeah,
to
that's
say.
Hey, he's lucky he's not in Florida,
Okay.
Polk County. He would have
Well,
got
you are
pepper
being
spray.
charged with, and also you said you weren't sure what you're being charged with. So
And
it's
been
1
held in
count
contempt.
of criminal trespassing in the first degree as a Class 6 felony.
Okay.
I did find that there was probable cause
Probably
for
would've
the
got
charge.
tased, too.
So you are, and that's why I can make release conditions. I am appointing counsel to represent you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a status conference set on July 11th at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you for
at
that, David
Superior
Hart.
Court at 175 West Madison Street.
Mm-hmm.
You have a preliminary hearing set on July 15th at 8:30 a.m. at the same courthouse. I'm sorry, I'm not
Okay.
releasing you on your own recognizance, but I'm releasing you on pretrial services. So it is
You're
monitored.
aware I'm homeless, right?
Okay, yes, they
Okay.
can,
I can't do this shit and homeless anymore.
okay, well, it is supervised release, and they can perhaps help you a little bit out with that, okay?
Yeah.
No, they
Probably
didn't.
end up in the
I
same
didn't
crap again.
All right, well.
I mean, I was doing
Christopher,
everything I could in the Phoenix reentry program, basically did my ILP, ma'am. Okay, my ILP, I was looking for work. I'm in school currently, with holding a 3.38 at the Colorado Technical University. Okay, and I was
3.38.
kicked out by the Phoenix Oasis basically
That was almost
totally
like a 4.0.
belittled my freaking recovery by claiming I was hallucinating. Okay, I was also told that I was basically applying to jobs purposely with the intention of self-sabotaging my jobs by applying to companies that I was not qualified for. That was according to the therapist.
Sabotaging
They
himself.
kicked me out on the complete streets after getting a little frustrated with everything, doing everything I was supposed to. Yes, I'll admit.
I don't see it.
Okay, I got a little frustrated, and I did throw my wallet at the mirror.
Oh, wallet?
But that had never happened before. I was completely compliant. This is why I'm so very upset about this whole situation, because I was trying to get a job.
That did not deal with this incident. So if you go to your left, you'll be able to get your information about. You need to make sure you contact pretrial services and show up for court.
Next.
All right. So let's go on
Hey,
to
mental health
the
is real
health
right
calls,
there.
which
Yeah,
is
you're right about that.
number 34, 35, and 36.
Up next on the
which
Price is
involved
Wrong.
Jaleza Gomez. They all have the same name
My
and date
ears.
of birth. Jaleza Marie Gomez, date of birth May 7th, 2003. Number 34 is a warrant out of Tolleson Municipal Court for 1 count of shoplifting, removal of goods as a Class 1 misdemeanor.
He wants somebody to
If she
listen
remains
to
in
him.
custody, she will be appointed counsel at the next hearing for the limited representation regarding bond issue only, and she has a bond amount for $500. On number 35, it is a warrant for violating probation. I am appointing counsel to represent her. She has probation revocation hearings set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. And I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50 as a placeholder. For number 36, she has a new case
Hey, but
for
you know
1
what?
count of aggravated assault as a
I will
Class
say
5
this,
felony, 1 count of taking the
A
identity
lot of
of
people
another
are
as a
going through
Class
stuff, and it's
4
real.
felony,
With the things
1
that
count
people
of
are going through,
resisting
they're
arrest
losing their
using physical
jobs.
force as a Class 6 felony,
Some people
and
are
1 count
even
of
using,
refusing to give
illicit
her
substances.
true
They're
name
losing
as a
their
Class 2 misdemeanor.
houses.
I did find probable cause for these charges. I am
I'm sure a lot of
appointing
people on
counsel to
the edge, and I
represent
think it's going
her.
to get a lot
She
worse
has a
with
status conference set on
the way
July
the
3rd at
country's headed right
8:30
now.
a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on
You know
July
what's going to happen? They're going to
7th
start
at
locking more of
8:30
us up.
a.m. Oh, I am, so I needed to change this. I was making it 20,000.
I think that's just going to be a powder cake. Mental health, people losing their jobs, not having any resources, being on the street, being unhappy, not having anybody to speak to. It's just a recipe for disaster.
Did that sign? Did it come?
And then
Okay.
it's going to be hot. Summer's here. It's
And
freaking hot. And you don't
we
gotta
are
go to
now
the beach.
adjourned. If there are any changes, I will come back on the
Did
record
homeboy
and make
come out
those
of-
changes.
Yeah, he did come up, but I haven't spoken to him yet, Joe. So that's it. The court's over. Let me see. They need more prisons. Hey, you know what? If I learned anything from California and prisons, is that not that I've been to prison, but
All right.
You can be seated. Which number are you on?
5.
5, okay. And I understand we have an interpreter ready?
Yes, sir. Martin Hernandez, court interpreter.
Okay. Let me call the Spanish speakers first. Salvador Rivera.
Salvador Rivera.
Full name and date of birth, please.
Su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Salvador Borbón Rivera.
Salvador Borbón Rivera.
All right. Mr. Rivera, you are here. One case, the county attorney's office has charged you with possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony.
Señor, usted está aquí el día de hoy por un caso en el que la Fiscalía del Condado le acusa de posesión de droga nociva, un delito de categoría 4, y posesión de adminículos para el consumo de drogas, un delito de categoría 6.
I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you as your attorney.
He asignado a la oficina de la Defensoría Pública del Condado para que le representen como abogados.
And I'm going to release you on what we call supervised release to appear in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix on July 11th at 8:30.
Señor, lo dejaré en libertad bajo lo que llamamos libertad supervisada, para que usted se presente y comparezca en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix el día 11 de julio a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In the paperwork that you receive when you leave will be the phone number of pretrial services. Call them within a few days of your release and touch base with them. They expect you to call.
En la hoja que se le entregue, antes de irse, habrá un número de teléfono para la oficina de control de procesados. Ahí usted tiene que llamar dentro de unos días de ser puesto en libertad para que establezca contacto con ellos. Estarán esperando su llamada.
You also have an arrest warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court for not paying the full fine on a reckless driving charge.
También usted tiene una orden de aprehensión librada por el Tribunal Municipal de Goodyear por no pagar la multa de un caso que tuvo de manejo temerario.
It is your first arrest on this traffic matter. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance to appear in Goodyear Municipal Court on July 16th at 1 p.m.
En ese caso lo dejaré en libertad bajo caución juratoria. Es la primera orden de aprehensión que tiene, entonces usted tendrá que presentarse en el Tribunal Municipal de Goodyear el 16 de julio a la 1 de la tarde.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right, your order's right over there.
Bien, recoja la hoja ya.
We have one other Spanish speaker. This would be Bernardo Epez.
Bernardo Apáez.
I'm here on that matter, Your Honor.
And yes, present with counsel, is it Miss Maupin?
Yes, Your Honor, Elizabeth Maupin for Bernardo.
And the county attorney is here with? You are here on this case, correct?
I was waiting to see if the interpreter was going to interpret, Your Honor.
Okay.
El acusado está presente con su abogada, la abogada Elizabeth Maupin.
All right, Bernardo, you were arrested. Whoops, let me get your case up here. I don't have the right case. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Yesterday, charged with driving while under the influence, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Bernardo, usted fue arrestado ayer por conducir bajo los efectos, una falta de categoría 1.
My understanding is that you have hired your own attorney, so we will not appoint one at this time.
Tengo entendido que ha contratado su propio abogado. No le asignaré uno en esta ocasión.
Does the county attorney's office have a position concerning Mr. Epez's release?
¿La Fiscalía del Condado ha adoptado alguna postura respecto a la libertad del señor Apáez?
Brooke Gaunt, on behalf of the state, I believe that the pretrial recommendation is for an OR release, and the state does not oppose that, Your Honor.
All right.
Brooke Gaunt, de parte del Estado, su señoría, vemos que se está proponiendo que el acusado quede en libertad bajo caución juratoria y el Estado no se opone.
Ms. Maupin, I am going to release your client on his own recognizance. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Abogada Maupin, dejaré a su cliente en libertad bajo caución juratoria. ¿Hay algo que usted quiera decir?
Your Honor, we're in agreement.
Estamos de acuerdo, señor juez.
All right. Mr. Apez, your next court date will be July 15th at 1:30 in West McDowell Justice Court. Do you have any questions?
Señora Páez, su siguiente comparecencia será el 15 de julio a la 1:30 de la tarde en el Juzgado de Paz West McDowell. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta? No.
No. He's shaking his head from side to side, which I interpret as being a no answer. All right, your order's right over there. Ms. Maupin, is there anything else you'd like to say? He'll be receiving a copy of the release order.
El acusado está sacudiendo la cabeza de lado a lado. Yo entiendo que eso quiere decir que no. Pase a recoger su hoja de medidas cautelares ahí a un lado. Abogada Maupin, ¿hay algo más que quiera decir usted?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
All right, your order's right over there. All right, the rest of you who are here who aren't Spanish speakers, this is an initial appearance.
Can I excuse him?
Sure. This is an initial appearance court. You'll be called in here individually and told why you're here. When you come into the room, there's a lectern. Stand behind it and give me your full name and date of birth. I'll be giving you important information concerning your case. You don't have to try to memorize that because before you leave this area, you'll receive a printed copy of a document that contains all the important information concerning your case to take with you. If you're here on a probation violation matter that will be heard in Maricopa County Superior Court, the Public Defender's Office is appointed at this time, so you'll have counsel at your next court appearance. If you're someone who is released, you need to make sure that you review the release order and comply with any conditions it may contain. For example, if the conditions include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having contact with alleged victims or witnesses, and you violate those conditions and you're taken into custody for that reason, you will not be released from custody easily again. All right, we will stop. Yes?
But are we going to make a call for any more interpreter match? Interpreters would like to do.
Oh, no, I think that's, yes. Would you inquire, please? I thought you were off the line. Would you mind inquiring?
No, Judge, I don't mind. Si hay una persona en la sala que necesita el intérprete de español, levante la mano.
No takers. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Judge.
All right. Jason Reck, and then it'll be Lacey Flynn. Full name, date of birth?
August 22nd, 84.
And your full name?
Jason Michael Reck.
All right, you, sir, were arrested yesterday, charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I appoint the Legal Defender's Office to represent you. Your problem is this. You were on felony release on a case that you'd been previously arrested on. Under Arizona law, if you're charged with a felony and you are released pending resolution of that case, and while you are on release, you are arrested and charged with committing a new felony, you are not entitled to have a bond set or be released in any fashion. So you will be held without bond. Your next court, on your new charge, your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And at that time, you will meet with the attorney from the Legal Defender's Office, I'm sure. Your order is right over there. Lacey Flynn. And then after Lacey Flynn will be Monica Hernandez. Full name, date of birth?
2/21/1994.
All right, Ms. Flynn, you previously were charged with possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. A status conference was scheduled on June 3rd. When you didn't show up, the judge issued a warrant for your arrest with a $1,000 bond. Your next court date in that matter will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Your problem is you were arrested, let me see when it was, within the last 48 hours, or 24 hours rather, and charged again with new charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I appoint the Legal Advocate's Office to represent you. You heard what I said to the last defendant. You were on felony release when you were arrested yesterday, and you're not entitled to have a bond set or be released on this new charge. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, and your order is right over there. Monica Hernandez, and then it'll be Jason Goree. Full name, date of birth, please.
Monica Garcia Hernandez, June 4th, 1997.
All right, Ms. Hernandez. You were previously charged with possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. You were scheduled to be sentenced on that charge on June 19th. When you didn't show up, the judge...
Your Honor, I did show up. I called my lawyer, and my lawyer told me that there was no warrant, that in her file there was no warrant. I showed up late, but I showed up in the scheduled date for the 16th.
Well, right now, the record is that on June 19th, a warrant for your arrest was issued with a $2,000 cash-only bond. Let me look at the docket here, see what happened.
So I did go to court.
That was on June 19th. Yeah, they issued a warrant on June 19th. Bench warrant was issued. They vacated the sentencing. And then, a bond forfeiture hearing was set on August 19th at 2:30. Had nothing to do with you're not appearing except to forfeit your bond, not to reset anything. Yeah, there's nothing that was filed with the clerk's office through the last date is a minute entry regarding sentencing. Hold on just a second. Let me read this just in case it has. Okay. Well, yes, this is the date that the sentencing was set on. They continued the sentencing.
Right, to the 16th.
All right, yes, until July 16th. All right. I'm glad you mentioned that to me because I will release you. That is not reflected in whoever prepared this. And your next court date.
It was July 16th for sentencing.
Pardon me?
July 16th for sentencing.
Yeah, did you already get all that information?
Yeah.
All right.
The day I went to court.
All right, well, nothing here reflects, let's see, let me go back and look at that minute entry again. Yeah, there was a request for a mitigation hearing on the, what date was it? The 19th. And there was no objection to that, granted defense motion, and continuing sentencing until July 16th at 8:30 before Commissioner Fisher. So that is your next court date. I will vacate. I will modify the release order.
Thank you.
To release you. On your own recognizance.
Am I getting released?
Yeah, you will be, and although this printed form shows that your next court date, if you were out of custody, would have been July 11th, that you can talk to your attorney and they can get that vacated for your mitigation hearing, all right? Which I can't remember what date it was, 16th?
16th.
All right.
Am I getting released?
But as you're released now, the printed form we have will have July 11th on it. You have plenty of time to contact your attorney and explain what happened, that you're released, and they can contact the court and get whatever court date that's automatically set from this court on July 11th vacated, all right?
So what does that mean?
Well, it just means that...
I have to check in with my lawyer?
You need to contact your lawyer because the order that we print has already been, these things are cast in stone, these next court hearings, you know, we don't amend what time, what dates they're set for, unless I missed something.
We don't.
Okay, well, that's what I thought.
Are you updating the release order?
Huh?
Are you updating the release order?
Yeah, I'm granting I am not amending anything. Yeah, I'm releasing her on her own recognizance, but printed on this form is July 11th as the next court date.
That is correct, for her out of custody.
Yeah, and so, anyway, you don't have anything to worry about. July 11th's a long way away. Next week, contact your attorney. You'll have a copy of this order, and your attorney should have no trouble getting the July 11th date that we're giving vacated and reset for July 16th. Okay? There you go. Your order's right over there.
Commissioner, we need an update.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Okay. I did, you're right, I got to save on your own. There you go. All right, Jason Guri.
Jason Gori.
And then after Mr. Guri would be Judas Figueroa. Go ahead, full name, date of birth?
July 27, 2001.
And your full name?
Jason LaShawn Gori.
All right, you were arrested. Oops, let me get your case up here. There we go. Yesterday, charged with the following offenses. 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of a weapon in commission of a drug offense, a Class 4 felony. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have a case pending, a probation violation matter. They contend you violated conditions of probation. You're on felony probation right now, and on March 28th, the warrant for your arrest was issued in that case with a $10,000 bond. On the probation violation matter, that'll be your first court date. Your revocation hearing is set on July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. On the new criminal charges that were filed yesterday, that you were arrested on, I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. A $5,000 secured appearance bond is set. And actually, they are going to combine these court dates now. July 3rd at 8:30 will be your next court date. In that matter, conditions of your release on the new arrest include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having contact with alleged victims or witnesses. All right? The order's right over there.
I have a
question. What is it?
My question, never mind, I'll just leave it to my lawyer.
Go ahead. You don't have it?
Huh?
You don't have a question?
I do, but I don't know if I'm supposed to answer it or not answer it.
Well,
I mean, I'll tell you.
Well, if it's something, you're asking for advice, or you want to make a statement about the facts of the case, I think you should talk to your attorney about it. Because you're going to be held on the probation violation arrest warrant, no matter what.
So I'm non-bondable.
Well, you are bondable, but you've got $15,000 in bonds you'd have to post.
Right. 85.
So no matter what I decide about what you're going to tell me, I've read the police report.
Yes, sir.
It establishes, to my satisfaction, probable cause that the crimes that are alleged were committed and by you. But you still got that probation violation $10,000 bond. So even if I dismissed the new case, you'd still be locked up. So and you probably would say something, your attorney would tell you, I wish you hadn't said that. So just go get your order, and that's the end of it.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Jaden Figueroa, and then it will be Isaac Nidas. Full name, date of birth?
Julius Lex Figueroa, May 31st, 2005.
All right, you, sir, are on felony probation. And because of your arrest yesterday, or within the last 24 hours, your probation officers requested that a hold be placed on you. You were arrested in the last 24 hours, charged with unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, and failing to obey a police officer, Class 2 misdemeanor. You're also apparently on a federal probation also. So officer, do you show that there's a hold on him for federal probation violation? Well, anyway, you can find out that later. So on the new charge of unlawful flight from law enforcement and in a motor vehicle and disobeying a police officer, a $10,000 bond's been set. The public defender's office appointed to represent you. Your next court date is July 3rd at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. Then on the probation violation matter, the bond, I set a $1,000 bond at your probation officer's request to place a hold on you on this matter. July 3rd also at 8:30 is your next court date in the probation violation matter. And as you heard me say, if it's in Maricopa County, the public defender's office is appointed to represent you. Your order is right over there.
I have a question.
Huh? Go ahead.
So I have a hold on federal probation?
Do you show a federal probation violation hold on this defendant? Because the records I have show that he's on federal probation also.
He's got a probation violation.
Well, he's got it from Maricopa County, but he's also on federal probation.
He's got a federal one.
Okay, well, they can impose that anytime they want, but apparently it hasn't been done yet.
Okay, if I pay my bond, am I able to go home?
Yeah, you are.
Well, how much is it?
Well, here, you can do the math, okay? It's printed on those forms.
Okay, thank you.
Isaac Nidas, and then it will be Liddell DeLoe. Full name, date of birth?
My date of birth is March 25th, 1995.
All right, Nidas, you're on felony probation here in Maricopa County, and on misdemeanor probation also. They contend you violated conditions of probation, and on June 16th, a warrant for your arrest was issued in each case with a $100 bond. Your next court date on these matters will be July 3rd at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, and your orders are right over there. Liddell DeLoe, and then it will be Lindsay Redhead, or Reedhead. I don't know how you pronounce that.
Hello.
Full name, date of birth?
Liddell DeLoe, 2707.
What's that?
Liddell DeLoe, 2707.
Okay, Mr. Liddell, you were arrested yesterday, charged with possession of a weapon and the commission of a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of possession of a prohibited weapon, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon under the age of 21 years of age. That's a misdemeanor. I appoint the public defender's office, excuse me, to represent you. You also have a warrant, a probation violation warrant out of Yavapai County. It was issued on June 6th, and it has a $25,000 bond. On the probation violation matter out of Yavapai County. Your next court date will be July 2nd at 8:30. The Yavapai County Sheriff's Office will pick you up in time to make that court appearance. On your new charges, a bond is set, and pardon me?
Is that gonna be a cash only, or is that a secured appearance?
No, it's not cash only that I
thank
saw.
you. Yes.
And then, in here locally, your charges from the events that were alleged to have occurred yesterday, a $2,500 bond is set. Next court date is July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court here in downtown Phoenix.
Okay, and is that a secured appearance too?
Yes.
Nice.
You must be a wealthy person.
I'll be good.
All right. Lindsay Reedhead, and then it will be Cole Greer. Full name, date of birth?
Lindsay Michelle Reedhead, 110185.
You what?
Did you ask for my name and date of birth?
Yeah, how do you pronounce your last name?
Reedhead,
Okay, and date of birth?
November 1st, 1985.
All right, you were previously charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and obstruction of justice by refusing to give correct name when asked initially. That's a misdemeanor. A trial management conference was scheduled in this case on May 5th in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. When you failed to appear, they issued a warrant for your arrest with a $2,500 bond. Your next court date now will be July 2nd at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. And your order's right over there.
Yes, sir. I have trouble making the court dates all the way from Mesa to Phoenix.
This one, you will have no trouble making because we will, the sheriff's office will
What day is it?
personally deliver you, unless you bond out.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
July what?
Unless you bond out.
Oh, July.
Yeah, everything I told you is printed on that form.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Cole Greer, and then it will be Mark Echeverria. Full name, date of birth?
Cole Edward Greer, 42991.
All right, there is a warrant out of Prescott Justice Court issued. You've been charged with a form of burglary, a class, well, it can be a felony or a misdemeanor. I guess it's an open-ended offense. Actually, every one of these offenses, they have said F/M, meaning it can be a felony or a misdemeanor, depending upon the circumstances in the sentence. But anyway, burglary, a third-degree burglary, criminal damage by defacement, theft or control of stolen property, and trafficking in stolen property. This warrant was issued when you failed to appear on July 14th, 2021 with a $10,000 bond. Your next court date now will be in Prescott Justice Court on July 2nd at 8:30. And your order's right over there. Mark Echeverria, and then it'll be Brandon Norris. Full name, date of birth, please.
3/23/80.
All right. You, sir, you were arrested within the last 24 hours yesterday, charged with second-degree burglary, a Class 4 felony. Public Defender's Office appointed to represent you. There's also a victim statement in the file. The people, the lady or the people who live at that house have filed a statement concerning their feelings about this. A $5,000 bond is set. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30. I appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Should you be released, you're not to go back to the location where this is alleged to have occurred or have any contact with victims or witnesses, all right? The order's right over there. Now, what's your question?
I don't even know who it was.
Well,
I was given the wrong address.
well, I know what you told the police. You also eventually, apparently, told them the truth. Well, let me tell you what you told them. You had a fairly detailed explanation. Let me get this in the form, Form 4. Where is it? Where is it? Here, the Form 4. There we go. It's a little more printing smaller. What happened was I guess she has like a camera, security camera, and it alerted her that somebody was trying to kick in the door. They say that the officers went there. You showed up on some kind of a scooter, and the officers got there, and you were walking away. They detained you. They saw the door had been kicked in, but it had a footprint that was very consistent with the Nike shoes you were wearing. Let's see here. All right. The finish. But you told him you left your soul coach, a guy named Ricardo, and he may have told you to go there. I'm not sure. But then when they finally asked you some more questions, the defendant then stated he met with Ricardo near a basketball court. When the officers asked, how did Ricardo know where to meet him, the defendant finally admitted he was going to that house to burglarize it. He stated he was going to go inside, steal electronics for crack. He says he typically tries to steal other belongings once and sell or pawn them for his drug addiction. There you go. That's what you told them, according to the police officers.
That's what I told them?
Yes, that's what you told them. You don't remember, do you?
I don't even have a scooter. I know. No, I didn't even talk to him.
I know. Well,
the only
I'll
person
tell
I
you
talked
what.
to was the
Let me
officer.
tell you, did you take any kind of a substance that would affect your ability to think clearly and remember?
No.
Well, then, you've got a really good defense because
I don't even know.
these officers probably recorded everything you said. And if you didn't say that, as they put in their police report, you've got a good defense. Your order's right over there. Brandon Norris, and then it'll be James Salerno. Full name, date of birth?
4/21/81.
Full name?
Brandon Lee Norris.
All right, Mr. Norris, you were arrested yesterday, charged with possession of narcotic drugs for sale and simple possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. The reason that they charged you with possession of narcotic drugs for sale, when they were executing a search warrant there, they found 2.5 pounds of narcotic drugs. Anyway, pretrial services says you're not indigent and can hire your own attorney, but if that's not correct, you can request appointment of counsel. Any subsequent court proceeding, a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000 is set. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and your order's right over there.
Okay, and there's no way I can get a OR or anything.
2.5 pounds.
Well, no, I got to work for 4 days.
I know, and I'm sure you've got a great explanation.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't have time to hear it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
All
right.
James Salerno, and then Christopher Johnson. Full name, date of birth.
James Louis Salerno, 10/15/92.
All right, you, sir, were arrested yesterday, charged with the following: 1 count of robbery, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 6 felonies, 2 counts of violating an order of protection that you'd been served with a copy of, a misdemeanor, and criminal trespass, a misdemeanor. The Public Defender's Office appointed to represent you. A $15,000 secured appearance bond is set if you get released, you're not to return to the location where this is alleged to have occurred or have any contact with the victims or witnesses. And the order of protection that's been issued and you've been served with a copy, you must comply with all of its terms, because violation of that right now is a misdemeanor because it's the first time. After the second or third time, it's a felony. All right?
Okay.
There's your order right over there.
Okay, so I will be able to get bonded out?
If you post,
15 grand.
the amount of bond, $15,000.
Okay.
There you go. All right. We have a lot of wealthy defendants here today. Christopher Johnson, and then Valerie Schrock. Full name, date of birth.
Christopher Johnston, 04/12/2001.
All right, you, sir, were arrested yesterday, charged with 1 count of leaving the scene of an accident with injuries, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of leaving the scene of an accident without attending to the people who were injured, and 1 count of resisting arrest with passive resistance, a misdemeanor. Pretrial Services says that you are not indigent and you can afford to hire your own attorney. If that's not correct, in any subsequent court proceeding, you can request appointment of counsel. A secured appearance bond is set in the amount of $5,000. You're not to go back to that location or initiate contact with the victims or witnesses. Your next court date will be in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, July 3rd at 8:30 in the morning. Your order's right over there. Valerie Schrock, and then it'll be McGill Garcia. Full name, date of birth.
Valerie Lee Schrock, 11/16/72.
All right, ma'am, you were arrested 2 days ago, a day and a half. Oh, that was yesterday, I see. And charged with disorderly conduct by fighting, a misdemeanor, and assault with an attempt to injure, a misdemeanor. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Okay.
Can you go back to your house and not have problems?
Yes, absolutely. I
All right,
promise.
well, I take a chance because what a judge would do in a case like this, they'd order that you not return to the scene of the alleged crime. You have no contact with the alleged victims or witnesses. I'm going to, you don't have any kind of a record at all, and I think there was something in there about you had been drinking. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. The only conditions that I am pointing or setting out are if an order of protection is issued and you're served with a copy, you must comply with its terms. That is usually the test of whether or not the person who's injured in a family situation doesn't want the person back or whatever. That if the order of protection is issued, that's a pretty good.
I understand.
And it's a pretty good way to make sure that nothing happens. All right, your next court date will be July 17th at 9 a.m. in Peoria Municipal Court.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. McGill Garcia, then it'll be Kyra Harris. Full name, date of birth, please.
Miguel Angel Madrid Garcia.
Date of birth.
9/27/99.
1979?
9/27/99.
Okay. There is a direct complaint that's been filed by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office charging you with a form of burglary, a Class 4 felony. It's alleged to have occurred on, okay, this was filed quick. The date of the offense was June 23rd of last year.
Yeah.
So it's a year old. All right. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on July 11th at 8:30. Conditions of your release include not going back to the location where this is alleged to have occurred or having contact with the victims or witnesses. All right? There you go. Your order's right over there.
All right, thank you.
Kyra Harris, and then it'll be also Luis Espinoza. Full name, date of birth?
Kyra Harris, April 6, 2001.
All right, Ms. Harris, you were arrested yesterday, charged with unlawful flight from law enforcement in a vehicle, Class 5 felony, driving on a suspended or revoked license, a misdemeanor, possession of an open container of alcohol in the vehicle, a misdemeanor. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on July 11th at 8:30. And your order's right over there.
That's it?
That's it. Luis Espinoza, then it'll be Adolfo Soto. Full name, date of birth?
Luis Espinoza, September 14, 1992.
All right, you were arrested yesterday for driving on a suspended or revoked license. Maybe you have a lot of failures to appear on your record, and that's why they just had you arrested instead of just writing you a citation. Anyway, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance to appear on July 17th at 8:30 in Country Meadows Justice Court. And the address and everything is on your order, right over there.
Thank you, Judge.
Adolfo Soto, and then it'll be Genevieve Mason. Full name, date of birth?
Adolfo Ramirez Soto, March 12, 1977.
All right, Mr. Soto, you were arrested yesterday, charged with disorderly conduct with a weapon, a Class 6 felony. Pretrial services says you're financially capable of hiring your own attorney. If that's not correct, you can request appointment of attorney at any subsequent court proceeding. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix on July 11th at 8:30. You're not to return to that tavern.
That's fine.
You understand?
Yes.
Or have any contact with the victims, the security people that came out and...
I can't afford an attorney though.
Huh?
I can't afford an attorney.
Well, okay, then you can explain that at your next court appearance, all right?
Okay.
But don't go back to the Rebel Lounge. That's a condition of your release,
That's fine.
all right?
Okay. Gotta go back to work. That's where I'm going.
All right.
Thank you.
Genevieve Mason, and then it'll be Anthony McGuire. Full name, date of birth?
Genevieve Mason, 11/21/85.
All right, ma'am. You were arrested earlier today, charged with theft of means of transportation, a Class 4 felony. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, July 11th at 8:30, and your order's right over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anthony McGuire, and then it will be Terrence Timmons. Full name, date of birth, Mr. McGuire.
Anthony Mark McGuire, 11/13/1980.
All right, let me get the matters up. 14, 16. That's not right. Well, that, okay. All right. You were arrested yesterday, charged with possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. Pretrial services says you're capable of financially hiring your own attorney. If that isn't correct, you can request appointment of counsel any court appearance after this. I'm releasing you on supervised release to appear in Superior Court downtown Phoenix on July 11th at 8:30. All right, there you go. Oh, by the way, on the paperwork you get, the phone number of pretrial services is on that. You need to call them within a few days of your release. They're open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, I think. But if nobody answers, and call them from 8 to 5, but I'm pretty sure they're open all the time. And they want to just touch base with them. They want to, just talk to you. Everybody that's released on supervised release should do that. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Terrence Timmons, and then it'll be Colby Lee. Full name, date of birth, please.
Terrence Timmons, 02/28/02.
All right, Mr. Timmons, you were previously charged with unlawful flight from law enforcement. And that's a Class 5 felony. A status conference was scheduled on March 3rd. You didn't show up. What happened?
When I first got the charge, I had got some Zoom classes. I didn't know nothing about the charge, the court coming or whatever. I didn't know nothing about it. I had Zoom classes because I had went to court and they gave me Zoom classes for it. So I never knew nothing about that.
Okay, I don't know anything about that. I don't know. I mean, if they had some kind of a diversion program you were supposed to be in, well, then you're supposed to pay for the cost of it and appear.
I was doing it. My access had paid for it.
If it, I don't think that was the case here. An order of protection. Let me see I don't know what you're talking about because I don't think they have diversion for those. Okay, well, let me see here. Okay, there was a suspension of prosecution for whatever reason it is, and there are certain things you have to do. And when you don't do them, they request that the court resume prosecution, which they did, filed a motion on January 30th of this year. They mail you notice of that, and if you changed addresses, you don't get it, and they tell you to, if there are any change in addresses, you've got to notify them. That's why you got arrested. Anyway, I'm going to, as I said, release you on supervised release to appear in Superior Court on July 3rd at 8:30 in the morning. The paperwork you get will have pretrial services phone number on it. Within a few days of your release, call that number and touch base with them, all right?
Sure.
Your order's right over there.
All right.
Colby Lee, and then it'll be James Liggins. Full name, date of birth.
Colby Christopher Lee, 12/21/2002.
All right, you, sir, were arrested earlier today, charged with reckless driving, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and excessive speed, driving at a speed limit, exceeding the speed limit by at least 20 miles per hour. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear in Peoria Municipal Court on July 17th at 9 a.m. and your order's right over there. All right, that's it.
One more question.
Yeah.
Does I have all the information about my truck being impounded too?
Your what?
My truck being impounded? Does I have all
I don't know anything that doesn't mention that. I guess you can contact, whatever police department it was.
It was Peoria, downtown Peoria?
All right, and it was a Peoria police officer?
Yeah. So I just
contact the Peoria Police Department, tell them who you are, you've been released, and you want to find your truck.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
James Loggins, and then it'll be Enrique Molina. Full name, date of birth?
James Liggins, 11/13/1977.
All right, you, sir. Let me get your case. 27. The county attorney's office has filed a direct complaint charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6. This is alleged to have occurred on February 20th of this year. I'm going to release you on supervised release to appear in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix on July 11th at 8:30. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you're being released on supervised release. The paperwork you get to take with you will have the phone number of pretrial services. Within a few days of your release, call them and touch base with them.
Contact them. Get in contact with them.
There you go. The order's over there. Enrique Molina. Full name, date of birth?
Enrique Arturo Molina, January 30th, 1972.
All right, you, sir, are here because you were previously charged in West Mesa Justice Court with criminal trespass, a misdemeanor. You didn't show up on May 6th for your first court appearance, and they issued a warrant for your arrest with with a bond of $500. You don't have $500, do you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, fortunately for you, this is what I can see as your first arrest in this case. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance to appear in West Mesa Justice Court on July 15th at 8:30. Make sure you show up.
I will,
because the next time they will not release you on your own recognizance probably. Okay, your order's right over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Luis Tovar. Full name, date of birth?
Luis Gustavo Tovar, May 3rd, 91.
All right, Mr. Tovar. The state of Texas issued a warrant for your arrest on April 23rd. And they didn't set a bond. Some states are, unlike Arizona, they can set a no bond arrest warrant without certain foundations that you have to have here. It's up to the initial appearance judge, that's me tonight, to set the amount of the bond. Did you read the paperwork we gave you?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about that?
Yes. So, would I be able to go myself? And
Well, let me tell you a couple things. First off, I'm going to set a bond that it's going to, out of an abundance of caution, every commissioner or judge sets a bond that protects the situation. The only thing they have to to extradite you is, number one, there's a valid warrant. Number two, you're the person named in the warrant. If you want to waive extradition, the state of Texas has 30 days within which to pick you up, day one being tomorrow. You'll be held without bond during that period of time. If they don't pick you up, and that's rare, especially with Texas and as close as they are, if they don't pick you up and we release you on the 31st day, the warrant will still be there. All right. If you don't want to waive extradition, and you may not want to without talking to somebody, you're not entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you because extradition are civil proceedings. The states of Arizona and Texas have up to 90 days to complete the proceedings, at which they only have to prove one of two things. There's a valid warrant, two things. There's a valid warrant and you're the person named in the warrant. That's all it takes, pretty simple. I will tell you, based upon the nature of the charges that Texas has, their paperwork indicates the reason for issuing the warrant is I'm going to set a $50,000 cash-only bond if you don't want to waive extradition. I don't do that to get you to waive extradition. I just do that because it's the kind of an offense that I think a high bond would have been set had they...
But what are the charges, though?
What's that?
What are the charges, though? Because
there is a
haven't
form
actually
of sexual
anything.
Sexual abuse on a minor.
Whoa.
Yes. Let me hold on here. Let me tell you.
Who did that?
The warrant. They don't give. They sent an abstract. And sexual assault on a child is what it was.
Wow.
Okay. So, well, you can either hire or you'll have an attorney appointed for sure when you get back to Texas. But you don't have to make a decision tonight. You can, your next court appearance will be, if you don't want to waive extradition, be July 7th at 1:30 in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. You'll be in front of another commissioner or judge, and you can discuss any questions you may have.
I'll be held here for 30 days?
You'll be held here on a $50,000 cash-only bond that I'm going to set because of the nature of the charges. So, I don't know what else to tell you. And when a out-of-state warrant, you're picked up on that, there are no easy decisions to make. If you waive extradition, you're going to be held without bond until they pick you up. And even if they don't pick you up, the warrant's still out there. And if you want to fight it, the states have up to 90 days, but they only have to prove simple things. There's a warrant, you're the person named.
Quick question though, how can someone place...
What's that?
Quick question, how can someone say that I did something?
I wouldn't.
How does that work?
I wouldn't say anything
that.
About the facts of the case if I were you. Your attorney will tell you that not to say anything because nothing you can tell me unless we've got the wrong person and they can take your fingerprints and make sure that they have the right person or do something to make sure. A warrant was issued after a judicial officer had an opportunity to review police reports and statements made under oath by the investigating officers before they issued a warrant. And there's nothing you can tell me probably that's going to ever overcome that at this stage. Now, that doesn't mean you're not entitled to a trial, but right now, you decide, do you want to waive or you want to think about it, not waive. I'll set the bond and you've got your next court date will be July 7th. And at that time, at any time you can waive as long as somebody can get you to a court, but you'll be there. You'll be talking to a judge on July 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. All right. If you want to think about it, I'll just set the bond and that'll be it for us tonight.
I think I'll wait.
You want to waive?
Yeah. No, wait till July
You want
7th.
to wait? Okay.
Yeah, wait.
That's it, okay.
So I can
I will
talk
set-
to an attorney too
No,
and
that's-
see if I can get someone and
it's-
something,
it's
because I don't.
probably the worst situation you have to make a decision in. I'm going to put cash only appearance bond, $50,000. And, whoops, somebody pushed the key. Why do they do that when it doesn't? I have never had it. Why do they do that? They push the key that doesn't I've never done, I got it, it's okay. I just, okay. Why do they do that? Why does anybody ever push that button? It took me a while. So what's the matter with us? I go get somebody. I can't say, well, here, you dummy, just push that button. And it took me a few times to figure it out. All right. I set the $50,000 cash only bond. Your next court date will be July 7th at 1:30 in Superior Court. You can talk to the judge at that time, and they'll answer any questions you may have, okay?
Do the attorney, do I get one from them or from you? Or do I call? Or do I?
No, you don't do anything until you're taken. The only thing you can do is wait for your next court appearance or post $50,000 in cash, which I doubt you can do. So there's nothing, you're going to be in custody, and the only time you're going to be...
That's 7 hours of court. So I'm guessing they probably run it all day because, man, they would
You can be seated.
Non-stop. Did your friend he did get out, but I haven't spoken to him yet. We got Toronto, Maricopa County. See, we got Seattle. We got Fort Myers, Australia, Texas, Boston, Texas.
All right, this is the 8 p.m. initial appearance docket. We're going to call you all in here individually, tell you why you're here. When you come into this room, there's a lectern in the center of the room. Stand behind that, give me your full name and date of birth. I'll be giving you important information regarding your case. You don't have to try to memorize what I tell you, because all the important things concerning your case will be contained on a piece of paper, some documents that we give you before you leave the area. If you're someone who's here on a probation violation matter that will be heard in Maricopa County Superior Court, Public Defender's Office is appointed at this time so that you'll have counsel at your next court appearance. If you're someone who is released, you need to make sure you review the conditions contained in the release order and comply with them.
What up, McKenna?
For example, if the conditions include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having contact with the alleged victims or witnesses, and you violate those conditions and you're taken
Do you guys want to see what this judge looked like?
You will not be released from custody easily again. All right, we'll start with
what up, MJG?
Jerome Ned, and then it'll be Leonardo Luna.
All right, Cha-Cha, I got you. Are you ready to see what it looks like? Are you ready? There he is, Cha-Cha. There he is.
That's not right. That's Mr. Ned.
You got me. Hey, for those of you guys that don't know, this is the guy from Unsolved Mysteries, Robert Stark.
Full name, date of birth? 4/22/76, Jerome Ned. All right, Mr. Ned, you were arrested yesterday, charged with these offenses: carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit it when law enforcement asked you. That's a form of felony. A possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. And possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your problem is you were on release on another felony that has not yet been resolved. Under Arizona law, if you're arrested, charged with a felony, and released, which you were on the other case, and while you're on release from the first case, you're arrested and charged with a felony.
He was, Cha-Cha.
On another case, you're not entitled to have a bond set or be released under any conditions. So.
No matter what?
Huh?
No matter what?
No matter what. I have no discretion. If those conditions exist, you were arrested, released, arrested for committing a new felony, that's it. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Okay. You can talk to your attorney about it then, but it is pretty simple. I guess it was Arizona's legislature's solution to people being arrested, released, arrested, released, arrested, released.
What up, Nikki?
They just said, hey, if you're arrested and released, the next time you get arrested, you're not being released.
I understand.
There you go. All right, Leonardo Luna. And
next!
Then it'll be Justin Mitchell.
I say he blew his. He ain't going nowhere.
Full name, date of birth, please.
Edgar.
Leonardo Luna, December 1st, 2006.
All right, Mr. Luna, you're on felony probation here in Maricopa County. They contend you violated conditions of probation, and they issued a warrant for your arrest on June 2nd with a $250 bond. Your next court date will be in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, for your revocation arraignment hearing on July 3rd at 8:30.
Your Honor, may I say I had no way to contact my probation officer because I had lost my phone and my mother didn't have her number, nor did I have her card.
Why don't you just call the adult probation?
I tried, and every time I would call, they would say they'll get with me, and I would be on hold for more than 30 minutes.
Let me tell you what the petition to revoke said, okay?
Just I didn't have a phone. My dog ate my phone. I hate when that happens. He didn't have any bus money.
Number 3, condition 3, the defendant did not report as directed on April 30th and on May 6th. Last date reported was April 3rd. Attempts to locate include phone call to defendant's phone, call to family members, field visits to the residence that they thought you'd be at because of what you told them.
Your Honor, my probation officer has not shown
No, I'm telling you, this is what you know how many thousands of cases each probation officer has in a few years. They are very careful to try and get a hold of people as best they can. You've refused to actively participate and cooperate in the sober anger management skills at Teros as required. On May 5th, Teros discharged the defendant for failing to attend and participate in the program. Graduated responses implemented to address lack of compliance include use of cognitive tools and techniques, completion of behavior agreement, and drug testing. You didn't receive prior approval before changing residence. Then you've got all these drug tests you were supposed to participate in starting on January 15th that you did not submit to. So I'm sorry, but it's a pretty simple thing. I think anybody can call and say, I am a probationer, my name and case number is.
Real question is this.
I lost all the information regarding my probation officer.
Why is he wearing that jacket
punch your name
in triple digit
and there's all the information.
Weather?
Anyway, your
That's
next
the real
court
question
date,
here.
as I said, will be.
Why is he wearing this puffer jacket?
July 3rd at 8:30 at a revocation arraignment hearing, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. And you can post a $250
That's what I want to know.
bond. But
give me a good answer and you'll get out.
But make sure you show up.
Yes, sir.
Justin Mitchell. And then after Mr. Mitchell will be.
What up, Nana?
Hakeem Towns.
I forget the question.
Get your orders right over there.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
I want to know why the hell is he wearing a puffer jacket? Anyone catch his name? I didn't catch it. His mama didn't wash
Full
her
name, date of birth?
Justin
105.
Young Mitchell, October 18th, 1992.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, you're on felony probation in Maricopa County, 2 separate felony convictions on January 27th. A warrant for your arrest was issued in each case for violating conditions of probation. $250 bond was set on each arrest warrant.
What up, Hector?
Next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 Superior Court downtown Phoenix, and your order is right over there, right where you came in.
That wasn't about to.
Hakeem Towns, and then it'll be
That fool wanted to get a heat
Myra
stroke out in 105-degree weather.
Full name, date of birth.
Al Hakeem Sabir Towns.
Hakeem.
Date of birth.
1/7/78.
What up, Brent?
All right, you're here. You have a new arrest.
108?
That is alleged to have occurred. Let me see. Get your
Yesterday.
case up here. Alleged to have occurred yesterday.
Yes, sir.
All right.
What up? Is that Kiki?
Criminal trespass of a residential structure, a Class 6 felony. 2 counts of criminal damage, Class 6 felonies, and indecent exposure, a misdemeanor.
Indecent
the Public
exposure?
Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. In this new case, a secured appearance bond in the amount of $12,000 is set. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. By the way, the county attorney's office was asking for a bond to be set in $50,000 cash only. You
was
are
a
also
maniaco.
apparently on probation when this is alleged to have occurred, and your probation officer wants a hold placed on you. There are 2 separate probation. You're on, actually, one of them is a misdemeanor probation. The other is a felony probation that you're on here, and a $500 bond is set. And each of those, next court date will be a revocation arraignment hearing, Superior Court downtown Phoenix, July 3rd at 8:30 also. And your order, if you haven't got it right there, it's over there.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Is there any...
No, there isn't. According to the police report, you broke into somebody's house while they were there and were totally out of it. Had your pants down. Okay, I don't even want to describe what it was.
Describe it, Your Honor.
And their dogs attacked you to get you out of the house. So I'm sorry. Don't even waste my time, please.
Okay.
I think that there's a reason why the county attorney wanted a $50,000 cash bond.
That's why he has that
I'm only reading
bandage.
the police report. And
So my bond is $50,000.
No, that's what they asked for. I set
What up,
a
Jill?
$10,000 bond. And you
Luckily,
can,
the dogs
in
were
any
there.
subsequent court proceeding, like your next court date, which will be July 3rd, you have an attorney appointed to represent you. They can request that the judge modify conditions of release. Right now,
What up, Hot
based
Miss?
upon the information I have, that's it.
Imagine?
Next will be Myra Simpson, and then it
Imagine
will
you're
be
at home
Kent Brown.
and you got this fool with his pants down and you don't have any dogs. What are you going to do? If you're sleeping, imagine the possibilities are endless. Just got home from work. That's
Full
right.
name, date of birth?
Myra Simpson, 5287.
Straight
All right,
maniaco.
ma'am, you failed to appear at a not guilty arraignment on charges of burglary, a felony,
What up,
on
Phoenix?
June 14th of
Imagine.
last year.
I don't want to imagine
And a
that.
warrant was issued for your arrest with a
Robert got a-
$1,500 bond. Your next court date now will be,
Locked and loaded.
let me see, it'll be on July 3rd at 8:30 Superior Court downtown Phoenix.
But what about you're
Your
sleeping?
Honor, I do have a job.
Listen,
Imagine you're laying in bed.
And I don't care
The comfort
what
of your own
reasons
home?
were, unless you've been in a body cast for the last 12 months. and
A
couldn't
body
talk.
cast.
You had 12 months to let somebody know whatever it is they need to know. And the only
What up, love and tacos?
reason we find out some hardship that you're experiencing
He's
if
not
you go
playing
back
today,
to
yeah.
jail is when you get picked up on the warrant that was issued a year before. I'm not going to listen to it
You had that
tonight,
job.
okay? Next will be Kent Brown, and then it'll be Belinda Sepulveda.
And she's yawning.
Full name, date of birth.
Kent Brown, May 6, 1984.
All right, Mr. Brown, you were arrested
Sign the withdrawal, yup.
earlier today, charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Jill,
Pretrial
thank you for,
Services says you're
subscribing.
financially capable of hiring your own counsel. If that's not correct, you can request appointment of counsel in any subsequent proceeding, and I tell that to everybody in here. The bond amount that's been set in this case is $500. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. Then you're also on felony probation. Your probation officer wanted to hold placed. A $250 bond is set on the probation violation matter. Your next court date will be July 3rd, also in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix.
So my probation officer asked for the hold?
That's the judge right there.
When they were advised that you had been arrested and what the charges were, that's a violation of term one of the probation. They notify us, and we determine how much the bond should be.
Yeah.
And
so one of my charges I saw was false reporting. I don't understand what that was.
Well,
out of Gilbert?
It is possession of dangerous drugs. If you initially gave false information to law enforcement, often
Team will get rocked.
Yeah, and usually it's your identity.
Music.
Yeah.
They frequently, if it gets resolved real quick, they don't bother to.
So is it not on there?
Always charge it. Some officers, if they finally get the truth, don't.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I just didn't understand what that charge was. That's what the officer told me.
Only thing you're charged with that's new is possession of dangerous drugs.
All right.
There you go.
Do you see on there that I've done everything that I've needed to for my probation? I've been going to my classes. I've got a job now.
Except possess dangerous drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
If I was able to be released today, I could save myself a job. If I don't get released,
I don't know what to tell you. You've got a grand total of $750 in bond. Yeah. If you can get out, make your court appearance, there you go. Pretrial Services says that you're financially capable.
I won't be if I stay in here for that long. I'll lose my job.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess there are consequences of possessing drugs, using drugs.
I've also proven that I can show up to my court dates.
Well,
you could prove it. You can get yourself arrested.
Yes, but I think your probation officer thinks that it would be a pretty smart thing if you spend a little time in jail. Then you think maybe I'm not going to roll the dice if somebody I know has drugs. I'm not going to use them. I can't listen. I will tell you, I spend my life in a courtroom, an initial appearance court, and I see 20 people with your situation every single day.
Right.
You are the architect of your own misery.
Absolutely. I'm just asking for a little mercy so that I can keep my job I just got.
You really can't blame anybody but yourself.
I'm not blaming
anybody. As a grown-up
anybody.
adult, they give you all the services, and I feel sorry for people that are so addicted to something that. But I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm not blaming anybody.
Okay, well, anyway, so that I've told you what the conditions of release are, which is post the bond, and that's it. Melinda Sepulveda, and then it'll be David Beasley. Your order's right over there.
Well, good thing that job is new. Next on the Price is Wrong.
Full name, date of birth.
Melinda Sepulveda, 12/10/1978.
All right, ma'am, you were arrested earlier today, charged with one count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. You had a prohibited weapon. I guess it was the way it was manufactured. It may have been a weapon that had the identification taken off. I don't know. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon in the commission of a drug offense, Class 4 felony. And theft or control of stolen property, a Class 6 felony. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. A $10,000 secured appearance bond is set. Your next court date will be in Superior Court on July 3rd at 8:30. in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I will tell you that the county attorney's office wanted a $250,000 cash-only bond.
Damn!
The vehicle you were found in, I think it had, $250,000. I've got it written down somewhere.
What?
Yeah, over $50,000 in cash, along with all the other drugs.
So they're not mine, though.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it crazy? These people,
Isn't this crazy?
you just get in the car, and the next thing you know, there were drugs all over, and that's sad. Anyway, there's your order right over there. David Beasley, and then Austin Thurber.
I hate when that happens. Why me? Why? Why me? I'm innocent, Your Honor. I didn't know they had all that money and dope in the car. I'm innocent. How do you not like this judge? He's funny. I like him now. These people crack me up.
Somebody must have put something in my water today to make me ornery.
What?
Full name, date of birth. Full name, date of birth.
David Beasley, 12/3/1964.
All right, Mr. Beasley, you were previously charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault on a first responder, class 4 felonies, 1 count of resisting arrest with physical force, class 6 felony, unlawful imprisonment, a class 6 felony, and criminal trespass, a misdemeanor.
Oh, you better believe they're going to keep that $250,000.
There was a trial management conference scheduled for
They're probably
June
going to buy this whole
12th.
tank.
When you didn't show up, they issued a warrant for your arrest. The judge that you were to appear before with a $50,000 bond. Your next court date now will be July 2nd at 8:30 in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix.
Can I get that bond award?
No, well, I don't know any more about you than what the warrant says. The judge who issued the warrant has had your case, knows a lot more about you. When he issued a warrant, I don't presume to know more than the person who knows, the judge who knows a lot more about your case does. It's your next court appearance, which will be, when did I tell you it was?
If they pay the full price, they'll return it.
Yeah, July.
Can I go ahead and ask for a fast and speedy trial?
Yes, you can do that.
Can I do it now? Can I do it now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask?
I don't have any authority to give you a trial right now.
Can you give me a date?
I'm giving you a date for your next court appearance.
No, for the fast.
But if I gave you a date and you didn't show up, then where would we be?
Everybody's feisty today.
No.
Well, then how am I not going to show up? That doesn't make a lick of sense.
Because if it was in the way the system works to give you a trial date right now, and you weren't out of custody, we'd have no problem getting you to appear. Anyway, Austin Thurber, and then it'll be Denine Main.
I'm not done talking yet.
You are done. You're done now.
You have a question?
Huh?
You have a question?
Yeah. Am I going to have the same attorney I had before, or?
I don't have any control over that. Very likely it would be.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No, that should do it.
You know who's going to win the World Series ask me that this year?
You know who's going to win the World Series?
I have no idea any more than I have an idea about who your attorney's going to be.
Well, who's going to win the football? Who's
going
to win the Super Bowl?
The same guy that you had before you bench warranted. All right. Austin Thurber, then it'll be Denine Manginelli.
I gotta check out the last court. What did this judge go through? Because he's definitely he's pulling no punches today. He's not holding back. This is entertaining tonight.
Full name, date of birth?
Austin James Thurber, 6/7 of 1993.
All right, Mr. Thurber, you were arrested earlier today, charged with the following: possession of narcotic drugs for sale, class 2 felony, possession of a weapon manufactured, I'm trying to think, of what that statute was, but I didn't look it up, but the rest of them I'm very familiar with. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon in a commission of a drug offense, a Class 4 felony. Theft or control of stolen property, a Class 6 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit it when asked by law enforcement. There was over, in addition to all the drugs they found, there was over $50,000 in cash.
Damn!
According to the police report. They say that you
was he the driver of the car?
Hire your own attorney. I kind of doubt that, but at the next court appearance, you can request appointment of counsel. A cash bond,
right, bless.
Appearance bond has been set in the amount of $100,000. Next court date, July 3rd at 8:30. For what it's worth, the county attorney's office was asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond. All right, there you go. Your order's right over there.
What did you say the next court date was?
What's that?
What did you say the next court date was? July 3rd?
Everything I told you is printed on that form.
Hey, he's in trouble.
Then after Mr. Danjanelli,
if that money belongs to somebody, he's in trouble.
Zaldi.
Damn.
Full name, date of birth.
Denise Marie Manganelli, 6468.
All right. Where are you on? Okay. You were charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. There was a trial management conference scheduled on May 28th. You didn't show up. The judge issued a warrant for your arrest with a $500 cash bond.
Times are rough.
Your next court date now is in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, July 7th at 8:30, and your order's right over there. Ana Elzaldi, and then it'll be...
Hey, all I could say is,
Aneda
hey, guys,
Rodriguez.
Don't do drugs. If you never tried them, don't start doing them now.
Hello.
Because it's all bad.
Anna Karen Lerma Elizalde, 1026, 1988.
What up, Katie?
All right, ma'am. A grand jury arrest warrant has been issued. The arrest warrant was issued on June 11th. That you've been charged with theft or control of stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony. This warrant was issued with a $100,000 bond. The public defender's office appointed to represent you. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30, Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and your release order's right over there.
So it has nothing to do with me failing to appear to the courts that I had?
I got two streams going,
I think you're in federal custody, right? Yes, and I think they probably know that, and the bond doesn't have anything to do with that. As far as I know, I didn't have anything to do with setting the bond.
Prison wallet.
In grand jury arrest warrants, when a bond is in excess of $10,000 at this stage, the initial appearance court, we don't modify them at all.
There's still people. There's 196 people watching it.
That these were alleged to have occurred. I think it was in February of 2023.
The chat is still going on in the background.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened. I was talking to David and Jesse today. They were on. We were on for like about an hour.
That was number 25. All right, Amita Rodriguez, and then it'll be Adley Henry.
There it is. Yeah. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Out of your mind. It's free for you. It's free for me. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Hit that follow button.
September 29, 1988.
All right. Ma'am, you were charged with possession of a dangerous drug, Class 6 felony.
Hopefully you'll be able to beat it, Storm.
Participating in a conspiracy to commit the crime of fraud, fraudulent schemes and artifices. That is a Class 2 felony also.
Thank you, Nana. Sure.
I appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Don't forget to drop that
You're being
daily heart.
released on supervised release to
Whatever
appear
that
in
is.
Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, July 3rd at 8:30. There you go. Your
I
order.
didn't hear the date, I'm sorry.
What's that?
I didn't hear the date you said on July what?
everything I tell you is printed on that form, but
Okay.
it's July 3rd.
Oh, July 3rd, okay.
And the address is there, everything you need to know.
Okay, thank you.
I don't trust that lady. Something about her
Go
look.
ahead, you can get your.
Oh.
I would not trust that lady with
and then it'll be Joseph Shriver.
I will not even trust her with a litter of puppies or kittens. Just something fishy about the way her eyes, her hair. I don't like that two-tone hair. Let me see. I know I'm not. I tried 8 times. Wait, what? What's going on?
Full
over
name,
there?
date of birth? Full name, date of birth?
4/18/89.
And your full name?
Edley Henry.
All right, Mr. Henry.
What was his name?
You are here because the county attorney's office filed a direct complaint.
He did get out.
Charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. These offenses are alleged to have occurred in July of 2023. Pretrial Services says that you are not indigent and can afford to hire your own attorney. If that's not correct, you can request at your next court appearance appointment of counsel. I'm not going to go through all that right now. Your next court date is July 11th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Because you're being released on supervised release, you'll receive paperwork which will include the phone number of pretrial services. Give them a phone call within a few days of your release and touch base with them. All right?
Okay.
Everybody that's released on supervised release, they expect that, and may ask you a few questions.
Yeah.
What?
Does it mean I'm getting released so I can go attend to my work and get that back?
Your work? Forget about that job.
Oh, sorry, I'm kind of nervous and...
No, you'll be out of here before the sun comes up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and the paperwork you have has the phone number for pretrial services. Within a few days, call that number. You'll have to identify yourself probably in the number of the case. They have you right there. They push a few buttons. They'll ask you a few questions. There you go.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
It's been a long day, sorry.
Yeah, we could tell it's been a long day.
Joseph Shriver, and then it'll be Rafael Romero.
They don't listen. People don't listen. It's all about me, and my needs. Definitely been an interesting day today with these court cases. Not before his work, do his trying to, but the system. I mean, some of it is just sad. Addiction is real, and you're struggling. I want to remind you, you are worthy. That's right, blessed for life. I like your positivity. It's not over until you're 6 feet deep, if you will. James is right now.
Full name, date of birth?
Joseph Andrew Shriver. Date of birth is 07/27/1977.
All right, you were arrested.
That guy drinks Mad Dog
today,
2020.
charged with 1 count each of the following offenses: possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony; possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony; possession of a weapon in the commission of a drug offense, a Class 4 felony; resisting arrest with passive resistance, a misdemeanor, and failing to obey a police officer's reasonable instructions, a misdemeanor. I appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're being released on supervised release.
He looks creepy.
To appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on July 11th at 8:30. And your paperwork that you get will be the phone number of pretrial services. Within a few days
I'm
of your
definitely crossing the
release,
street
call
if
them
I'm
and
walking
touch
down the
base
street
with them,
and
all
he's
right?
Thank you.
Walking
Your
on the
order's
6
right over there. Rafael Romo.
Super
and then it'll
creepy.
be Craig Beasley.
Elevator doesn't reach the top floor.
Full name, date of birth, please.
Rafael Romo, 8/27/90.
All right, you, sir, were arrested earlier today, charged with criminal trespass, in the first degree, a misdemeanor. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance.
Thank you, crazy.
To appear in Guadalupe Municipal Court on July 16th at 8:30. The important conditions that exist are
Hey, what
you're
up,
not
Teresa?
to go
Hello,
return
Governor.
to the location where this is alleged
Thank you for
to
the
have
daily heart,
occurred.
Teresa.
You're not to institute contact with the victims or witnesses, and if an order of protection is issued and you're served with a copy, you must comply with it.
You didn't know
According
Anthony?
to the police report, the woman, and I don't know what your relationship is, whether it's family or not, was telling you to get out of there.
4:40 in the morning. What are you doing
You
up
were
right now?
given the opportunity at that time to take your stuff with you. When you didn't, and you're instructed not to come back, and you did, to pick up, your reason you said was to pick up stuff. If you're there,
8 p.m. and 11 p.m.
you're going to be, and you're taken into custody for violating the orders of release that I've just announced. You're going to be taken into custody, and a bond, you're going to be required to post a bond. And you're just going to spend a lot of time in custody, probably, that you don't want to do.
Oh, thank you.
Don't go back.
Thank you, Teresa.
And if you need to have something there, you can call the local police department, and they'll provide a civil standby for you. All right? There you go. Your order's right over there.
Thank you.
All right.
He gets that
Craig
agua for the
Beasley.
civil
Then
standby.
it will be
What up, Spicy?
Nina Sanders.
Nina Sanders.
Full name, date of birth?
Craig Beasley, 12/26/72.
All
That was
right.
cold.
You are here on an out-of-county warrant. La Paz County Superior Court
This isn't real.
issued
This is
on
AI-generated
April
court
28th,
cam.
a warrant for your arrest. You apparently have been charged with theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and another form of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. The warrant was issued on April 28th. It requires that to get out of custody that a $10,000 cash bond be posted. Your next court date will be in La Paz County Superior Court on July 2nd at 8:30. If you haven't bonded out, the La Paz County Sheriff will pick you up from here and take you to make your court appearance. Your order's right over there.
Is this live?
Nina Sanders.
Right, Teresa.
And then it will be Oscar Jimenez.
Unmute if you will. Unmute.
Full name, date of birth, please.
Yes, sir. It's Nina Danelle Saunders, March 3rd of 1998. Sorry, 1988.
What's that?
I said 1988. I mean, never mind, 1988, but I said 1998.
All right. Well, listen, you were arrested yesterday, earlier today, charged with criminal trespass of a residential structure, a Class 6 felony. County Attorney's Office appointed to represent you. You're also on felony probation, and your probation officer, when notified of your arrest about this matter, has requested that a hold be placed. This is what I'm going to do, given the circumstances and the nature of the offense. I'm going to, as I said, I appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and on the arrest today for criminal trespass, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but you'll be subject to the supervision of your probation officer. You need to call him or her within 72 hours and explain what happened. Your next court date in this case will be July 11th at 8:30 in Superior Court downtown.
The skin flute isn't real either.
On the probation violation matter, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. Your next court date, this is a different date because their earlier probation violation matters are treated more quickly. July 3rd at 8:30.
I will, Teresa.
In Superior Court downtown Phoenix will be your initial appearance.
Did you give me a Mind the Gap hat?
Violation, because this is what
Hey,
happened.
do they have
today
any
is a term
Mind
one
the Gap hats?
violation when you got arrested, all right? Your orders are right
Thank you,
over
Judge.
there.
Thank you.
If not, I'm going to have to get one made.
Oscar Jimenez, and then it'll be Ryan Smock.
Hey, thank you, Nora. Highly appreciate that.
Full name, date of birth?
Oscar Jimenez, 04/17/98.
All right, Mr. Jimenez. A direct complaint has been filed by the county attorney's office charging you with possession of narcotic drugs. The warrant was issued on June 5th. The offense is alleged to have been committed in October of last year. The public defender's office appointed to represent you. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, July 11th at 8:30. All right, and your orders are right over there.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. I got interpreter matters and
they're about to bring out
house
a
calls.
T-Boo.
If we don't have an interpreter, I'll put the house calls on the record.
They're gonna get the T-Moo interpreter. Get ready,
What?
guys. How are you
Ryan
anyways? I'm doing
Spock.
pretty good. Hey, thank you for... Oh, who sent that? I never got that before, the popcorn and the 3D glasses.
I thought yes, that's right. I completely.
I'm doing pretty good.
Right,
Thank you.
Mr. Smock, give me your full name, date of birth.
Ryan Smock, 05/20/1987.
All right, Mr. Smock.
I hope not.
You were arrested yesterday, charged with possession of narcotic drugs.
Spicy, thank you for
sale
buying
of
that.
Class 2 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, public defender's office appointed to represent you.
No face, thank you.
I'm releasing you on your own recognizance to appear on July 11th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. All right.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeehaw,
Your
thank
photo's
you.
right there.
I love that. Oh, good evening. Thank you for that, no face. T-Mo translator, if you will. I'm highly curious about this Ashley girl. Oh man, you're gonna be disappointed with Ashley. I'm gonna tell you like this. Look, do you like to listen to nails being, going down a board, a chalkboard?
Is this we have an?
It's kind of like that, but 10 times worse listening to Ashley.
Hindi. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna be like an Arab translator.
Is your last name Malik?
Yeah, Malik.
All right.
A Moroccan.
A Hindi interpreter.
Hindi. I was totally wrong on that one.
You don't speak English, right?
No, I have not speak.
Okay.
Nails on a board with a seizure.
Tell me when he's there.
This should be interesting. What do you guys think this guy did? DUI? Did you see the... Hey, thank you, Joe. Yeah, I did see the star goggles. I wasn't sure who sent them. Thank you. Highly appreciate you. Oh, my brain's going to hurt. He speaks Hindi, yeah?
Can the interpreter hear me?
Trespassing.
Okay.
DV. What up, Jared? Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you, DV. ¿Qué? No. Hey, I got the race set. Ooh, man, I got the Fast and the Furious racing hat. Thank you for that. Yikes. We won't even know if it's good or not. Oh, interpreter's in. Interpreter's coming right in. There it is. I said DV. Hey, thank you for those 20 roses, Teresa.
Hello,
Racing hat.
Can the interpreter hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
¿Qué? Come again?
It's set. Okay.
Where is she, like, calling from her phone, driving?
There's a lot of noise on your end.
Does she have her window down in her car?
Yeah, there's a lot of noise. It sounds like
thank you for that.
Your microphone is being dragged through rocks.
Thank you for that gift.
Okay, let me join it again.
I'll see if we can, he can hear us. We have a speaker. Hello.
Hello, is it okay right now or no?
That's a little better. You're louder. I need to have Mr.
This is
Mallow
comedy.
Give me his full name and date of birth.
I told you it was going to be a Temu.
Okay. Should I go ahead and ask him?
Duh.
Yes, we'll see what we can do. What part of the planet are you on?
Planet? What? What part of the planet are you on? Hey, thank you, Nana.
Hello? Well, we will in a minute.
OMG,
Do
I love
you
this
think
joke.
it'd be better if we hung up and we reconnected you?
Let me change the area.
I can hear you now. Where are you? Out of curiosity, where are you?
We want to know.
Okay, I was in the room. I have changed the room now. Am I audible to you now?
Yes, I can hear you, although the sounds, the sounds of like a microphone being drugged through something. There you go. That's quiet.
Drugged through
now.
the desert, Your Honor, and went in
Would you
a
ask
sandstorm
this person
hitting
to
it.
Give me his full name and date of birth, please.
Okay, yeah, sure. नमस्ते, आप मुझे कृपया करके अपना पूरा नाम बता दें और साथ में अपना जन्मदिन बता दें।
नमस्कार जी, मेरा पूरा नाम नीरज मलिक है। मेरी डेट ऑफ बर्थ 1 मार्च 1995 है।
Hey, Lori.
ओके, और नाम क्या है?
नीरज मलिक।
Okay. My full name is Neeraj Malik and my date of birth is 1st March 1995.
All right. You, I understand, were in custody and could not attend the hearing where that was a not guilty arraignment on June 11th. Is that correct?
मैं समझ गया हूँ। आप जो हैं आप कस्टडी में थे, ठीक है ना? और आप जो थे, आपकी जो हियरिंग थी आप वो अटेंड नहीं कर पाए थे, ठीक है? क्योंकि आप वो 11 जून को थी। क्या ये ठीक है?
11 जून को मैं आइस की कस्टडी में था, तो मैंने आइस वालों को 3-4 बार रिक्वेस्ट की कि मेरी हेयरिंग पे मुझे लेके जाओ, पर उन्होंने मना कर दिया। वो मुझे लेके नहीं आए। मैंने 10 को भी बोला, उनको 9 को भी बोला, और 10 को मेरी इमिग्रेशन कोर्ट थी, वहाँ लेके चले गए। उस टाइम भी बोला, लेकिन वो मुझे 11 को लेके नहीं आए। मैं जैसे ही यहाँ से रिलीज हुआ था, तो सेम डे मुझे आइस ने अरेस्ट कर लिया था।
He's already said a lot. He said he did something. He did say something about ICE.
I was in the custody of ICE on 11 June. I have requested them to bring me to my hearing, but they didn't take me. And on 10, like it was my immigration, they bring me to there, but not to the hearing. And then when I was released, so then I came here.
Okay, but you're out of custody now, right? Except for this case.
Yeah, you did. You missed a lot, Kimberly. This was comedy today.
आप कस्टडी में नहीं है इस केस के अलावा, है ना?
About 2 hours already.
नहीं, मेरे पास सिर्फ यही केस है। वैसे मैं आइस की कस्टडी में इमिग्रेशन केस में था।
Yes, I have just this case right now, and I was in the immigration case with the ICE custody.
So you're out of ICE custody. You're not. ICE isn't holding you back from doing anything, correct?
They will when he gets released from here.
अभी आप आइस की कस्टडी में नहीं हैं, है ना? मतलब अभी आप जो है किसी भी मामले में आइस के पास नहीं हैं, ठीक है ना?
हाँ जी।
Yes, you are right.
अभी मैं यहाँ पे हूँ। सुबह मुझे सारी वालों को हैंड ओवर कर दिया था आइस वालों ने।
Because madam, I want to know if I release him, is he actually going to be released?
Hell
no.
Or
is ICE picking him up and taking him back? That is, ICE is the immigration service.
They're probably going to pick him up.
मैं मतलब ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि अभी अगर मैं आपको यहाँ से छोड़ दूँ, ठीक है, तो क्या आप वाकई में छूट जाएंगे या नहीं? आपको आइस दोबारा से पकड़ लेगी और आपको अपने साथ वापस ले जाए, क्योंकि आइस जो है वो इमिग्रेशन की सर्विस होती है।
मुझे नहीं पता इसका। पहले भी मेरा कोई मैटर नहीं था इसके साथ। मेरा जो केस था कैलिफोर्निया था इसका, और मेरी तारीख थी 2026 की। 10 सितंबर 2026 की। तो पता नहीं मुझे वो कैसे अरेस्ट करके ले गए। जैसे ही मैं रिलीज हुआ वैसे ही वहीं से अरेस्ट कर लिया मुझे सेम डे।
Thank you, Kimberly.
Well, I'm not sure about that because, like, at first I was also not aware of all that. Like, I don't know about that. My date was of California, and that was of 10th September 2026, and now I don't know that, like, they will arrest me again or not.
Do you show that there's a hold on? I'm asking the deputies who are here assisting me. Does he show that he has a hold from immigration?
मैं आपसे मतलब ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्या आपको मालूम है?
I think at this point in time it doesn't even matter if he has a hold or not.
मुझे इंग्लिश आती नहीं।
इमिग्रेशन की मतलब
बात करते मेरे साथ।
इमिग्रेशन की जानिब से आपको कोई इमिग्रेशन की जानिब से आपको कोई पकड़ तो नहीं है कि वो तो आपको नहीं पकड़ेंगे?
The translator is bad.
मुझे नहीं पता जी, मुझे इंग्लिश आती नहीं और वैसे वो बात नहीं करता।
Well, I don't.
He does have a hold.
He does have a hold. Damn, so that's screwed.
Right.
He's screwed.
So the officers here tell
I
me
would run.
That there is
You better
still
believe
a
that,
hold
Big J.
on him. So I'm going to change what I was going to
Hindi.
do.
Or Hindi.
I'm going to lower the bond to $50 so that if immigration
Thank you, Teresa.
releases you, you just have to pay $50 to get out of custody.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you for that.
अच्छा ठीक है, मेरे पास यहाँ पे ऑफिसर्स हैं, ठीक है, वो कह रहे हैं कि मतलब आप पे जो है अभी आप पे आप अभी मतलब उनकी पकड़ में हैं, ठीक है ना। तो मैं क्या करता हूँ कि मैं अभी जो है मैं पहले जो कर रहा था मैं उसे चेंज करता हूँ, तब्दील करता हूँ, ठीक है। मैं आपका जो वो है मैं उसे कम कर देता हूँ, वो मैं $50 कर देता हूँ, ठीक है। अगर आप जो है $50 जो है वो पे कर देंगे, ठीक है, तो फिर आप उनकी कस्टडी से निकल आएंगे, वो आपको छोड़ देंगे, ठीक है।
Thank you.
All right, so
okay.
Your next court date will be, let me sign this here. Your next court date will be July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Big J writes, I haven't picked up.
आपकी जो अगली हियरिंग होगी, आपका जो अगली दफा आपका जो कोर्ट का तारीख है वो है 3 जुलाई, ठीक है, 8:30 पे होगा, ठीक है, सुपीरियर कोर्ट में डाउनटाउन फिनिक्स में, ठीक है।
ठीक है, ये अभी मैं यहाँ $50 पे करके रिलीज कर देंगे मुझे यहाँ से।
Good morning from the UK.
Okay, fine. And now when I'll pay $50, so then you will release me?
Well,
nope.
If you post the $50 while ICE has a hold on you, they'll just turn you over to ICE. You will not be out of custody entirely.
अगर आप अभी $50 जो हैं वो आप अभी पे करेंगे, ठीक है, तो आइस के अगर आपके पास मतलब उन्होंने आपको अगर पकड़ा हुआ है, ठीक है, तो फिर वो आपको जब यहाँ से छूटेंगे तो आपको आइस के हवाले कर दिया जाएगा, आप मुकम्मल तौर पे आज़ाद नहीं हो पाएंगे।
यहाँ से कब छूटेंगे जी?
So then when I will be released from there?
Nah, ICE is not going to let him go.
When ICE releases you, if they do, and I don't know they will, all you have to pay to get out of custody on this case is $50. If you're still
what is she
in
saying?
custody,
I'm assuming
you'll be
you speak that language.
For the time you're serving in custody, in this case, if I set bond at $50.
मुझे आइस का तो नहीं पता, ठीक है ना, लेकिन मतलब जब आपको यहाँ से छोड़ दिया जाएगा, ठीक है, और उसके लिए आपको जो है $50 जो है वो आपको इस केस में अदा करने हैं, ठीक है। तो अगर आप जो है फिर उसके बाद आपको आइस को दे दिया जाएगा, तो फिर वो आपको इस पूरे वक्त के लिए फिर वो आपको आपको पैसे देंगे, ठीक है, जो कि आप यहाँ पे होंगे कस्टडी में, ठीक है। तो इस केस में मैंने आपके लिए जो बॉन्ड बनाया है वो मैंने $50 बनाया है।
Down South District.
ठीक है जी, वो $50 कल कैसे पे करना है?
Okay, fine. How I have to pay that $50?
If you pay $50.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Now, when ICE has a hold on you, you'll get out of here on this Maricopa County thing, but you'll be turned over to ICE. But if you get released by ICE, and the only thing holding you in is this thing in Maricopa County Superior Court, you pay $50 and then you'll be out of custody. I don't know how I can make it any simpler.
ऐसा है कि अगर आप जो हैं, अभी मैंने आपके लिए इस केस में $50 का वो मैंने आपके लिए बनाया है, ठीक है, कि आप $50 जो हैं वो अदा करेंगे। अभी अगर आइस आपको पकड़ेगा, ठीक है, तो आप यहाँ से निकलेंगे, ठीक है, और आपको उन्हें दे दिया जाएगा। लेकिन ये जो मैरिकोपा काउंटी की जो चीज़ है, ठीक है ना, ये आपको आइस को दे देगी, ठीक है। तो अगर आप जब आइस से निकलेंगे, ठीक है, और उसके बाद आप पे ये मैरिकोपा काउंटी सुपीरियर कोर्ट की चीज़ होगी, तो उसके बाद आप जो है $50 दे पाएंगे और आप फिर कस्टडी से निकल पाएंगे। मैंने आपको ये बहुत आसान अल्फाज में समझा दिया है, ठीक है।
ठीक है जी, पहले मैं यहाँ से आइस के पास जाऊँगा, उसके बाद जब आइस रिलीज करेगी फिर मैंने यहाँ के $50 अदा करने हैं।
So it means like from here first I will be hand over to ICE when I will be released from there. After that I'll pay the $50.
Thank you, Audra.
For this case. Am I right now?
Did you understand what her question was?
So he does understand some of what he's saying, but not clearly.
No, okay, you were breaking up. Yeah, you were breaking up enough to where we couldn't hear you.
The deputy's just laughing.
You could not hear me?
I hear you very well, but the noises that when you speak, the noises on your end seem to increase enough to where it's hard to understand what you're saying.
KDM?
Right now, I don't hear any noise on your end.
This is probably like the only one they could find.
Maybe
I don't know what else to tell you.
Issue with my mic.
I think there is an issue with your mic.
Maybe there is some issue with the mic.
And the sucky part is that
There might be some issue.
like this guy's life is on the line. I'm not sure what he did.
Maybe. All he needs to know is that there is the state of Arizona government, and he's in jail. He's got criminal charges against him. And
I want to know what he
didn't
did.
show up for a court appearance, they issued a warrant for his arrest. The reason that he didn't show up is because immigration, which is a federal government agency, a completely different agency, took him into custody. Our records show here where he's in jail here on the state charges, criminal charges, show that immigration has a hold on him. So if he paid $50, he'd just be back in immigration's custody. He wouldn't be released. So I sent the $50 because if immigration does release him, all he has to do is post the $50 and he gets out of custody here too. Also, so I don't know how to make it any more simple.
Makes no sense.
And I've got a docket I have to take care of. I have
we gotta get this show on the road.
Other interpreter matters that I have to get to because we've got another docket in a couple hours.
I didn't catch his name. Anybody catch his name?
People on it, and I can't spend much more time on Mr. Malik's case. If he doesn't understand, I don't know what to tell him.
Okay. Let me explain it to him again. अगर आप जो हैं, आप जो $50 बक्स जो मैंने आपको बताए हैं, ठीक है ना, आप अगर इमिग्रेशन की कस्टडी में भी जाते हैं, ठीक है ना, तो अगर आप ये पे करेंगे आप फिर भी मतलब नहीं छूटेंगे, आप फिर भी रिलीज नहीं होंगे, ठीक है। तो ऐसा है, मैंने आपको जो 50 बताए हैं, ठीक
Yeah,
है
we're
ना,
gonna run the 11,
ऐसा है
yep.
कि अगर आपको इमिग्रेशन
Oh, yeah, we're probably gonna run it to the 11 o'clock
तो
docket.
उसके बाद जो है आपने 50 जो है वो फिर पे करने हैं, तो उससे क्या हो गया कि आप कस्टडी से हैं जो है यहाँ से भी
So
निकल
what I'm
जाएंगे,
assuming
ठीक
that was
है?
happened
इससे
is this.
ज्यादा आसान अल्फाज में मैं आपको
He got
नहीं बता
arrested.
सकता, ठीक है?
Then the court let him go. When the court let him go, immigration picked him up.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter. He seemed to understand. He
Immigration let him go.
Nodded and kneeled
Maricopa picked him
like
up because he didn't
he
show up to
thanks
court,
us.
so he had a warrant for his
And
arrest.
that'll be it. I don't have any
So now if
more
Maricopa lets him go, he has an
cases
ICE hold,
on
so he's
my
going to go back
docket
to ICE.
tonight that,
Hey, thank you for that. Who sent
the
that?
people
Kimberly, thank
speak
you.
your language. Thank you very much for your time and effort.
Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Man,
No,
you've done
I
enough
don't
damage
think
as it is.
so. Thank you very much.
But makes no sense
Thank you for
that
calling
ICE
Language
let
to
him go
Relate with
from
me.
custody.
Have a nice one. Bye-bye.
All right.
You know what I think happened is they let him, ICE let him go,
Okay. How
but then
about-
Maricopa
do we
picked
have
him
a
up
Spanish
and it triggered
interpreter? He's on right
another
now?
ICE hold. So he's pretty
You
much
call
stuck
him.
like in a loop. That's my assumption because I know immigration and the state, they don't talk to each other like that. So that was stuck in
You have him on. Can
pretty
the
much in a
interpreter
hamster
hear
wheel.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Hopefully this guy's
I am
better.
the judicial officer this is an initial appearance court. Everybody here. of
If you
course,
haven't
we don't
done so,
have
please
anybody
do so. Hit
left,
that
but
follow button.
Spanish
It's free
speakers have been
$99.
Picked up, arrested today. And the first one we'll take, is it Alex Ramirez?
Damn, that fool looks young.
Okay. Is
How
that,
old
are
is
you
this fool?
Alex Ramirez?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, could you ask
Alex Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez to give me his full name and date of birth,
He
please?
looks super young.
Señor Ramírez, ¿me puede por favor decir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento?
Oh, this was going to be bad.
Me llamo Alex Méndez Ramírez y mi fecha de nacimiento es 4 de marzo del 2004.
Is he Cuban, Dominican?
My
The
name is
interpreter.
Alex Méndez Ramírez and my date of birth is March 4th, 2004.
Venezuelan?
All right. Alex, you were convicted of a form of endangerment, a Class 6 felony.
Endangerment?
And driving while under the influence, a misdemeanor. You were to be sentenced on June 13th.
June 13th.
When you didn't show up, they issued a warrant for your arrest with a $100 bond.
Agua.
Y entonces usted había sido convicto de una forma de haber puesto en peligro en un tipo de delito grave de la clase 6 y también por manejar bajo la influencia, que es un delito menor. Se haría la sentencia el 13 de junio. Cuando usted no apareció, hicieron una orden de captura con una fianza de $100.
Let me ask my staff, does he have an ICE hold against him also? They're checking. He has a hold. He has a hold? All right.
Oh, this dude's done too.
Mr. Ramirez, I
DUI.
set a $100 bond. Your next court date will be downtown Superior Court on July 3rd at 8:30.
Entonces,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Señor Ramírez, entonces puse una fianza de $100 y el día de corte será en la Corte Superior del Centro o Downtown para el 3 de julio a las 8:30.
Okay?
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Big J? When you going to get me to that facility?
For some reason, ICE.
But I want to be able to get out. I don't want to stay
You're
in.
not in custody with them anymore. You just post $100 and you get out on this. If it's before July 3rd, make sure you show up on your own.
Probably like in August.
Where the next court date is.
Shit, if you could set me up, I'll fly down there
You
whenever.
understand? Probably not.
y si por algún motivo ICE lo libera y no está en custodia de ellos, entonces usted solo provea los $100 y usted saldría de esto. Si llega para el 3 de julio, asegúrese que usted aparezca por su propia cuenta a la siguiente fecha de la corte. Haga su apariencia. ¿Entiende usted?
Sí.
If I could have my
Pero
camera, then
si
hell yeah,
me detiene
I'll spend the
el
night.
ICE, ¿cómo
It'll save me on a
puedo venir yo
hotel.
aquí estando allá?
But if I'm detained by ICE, how can I arrive here being there?
And you know what I would say is this. If I was here
Hello?
illegally, you better believe I'm not going to be drinking and
Are you
driving.
there?
Are you insane? Especially in this social, in this political climate right now?
No, you said a couple of words and that was real quiet.
I wouldn't even be spitting on the curb. Free room and board.
We'll repeat the last section.
Include me with some of those sandwiches too.
Fine. If I'm detained by ICE, how will I be able to arrive while I am there?
It's like, how moronic do you have to be?
For the same way you're here now, I think the county picks him up, takes him to a court appearance.
What up, trucker?
Is that right? Do you know that, how he got here?
If he's in custody, the county takes transportation to court.
All right. Yes, the county will pick him up from ICE, take him to his next court appearance that I just
There's
put
still a
on
little
the
bit of
record.
protest going on.
So he can be there. If I just want him to know that if for some reason, although I think it's unlikely, ICE releases him, he just has to pay $100 and get out of custody, even with us. But I'm pretty sure that'll never happen before July 3rd. I don't know why I even brought it up because it's so unlikely. But anyway, and I'm glad that he's getting his court appearances here. And I feel that it's just really terrible that he has to be in custody just because he's here.
5 to 6
illegally.
months?
Anyway, next court date, July 3rd, 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. The county of Maricopa will take you there to make your court date. Comprende?
Comprende, amigo.
Go ahead, Mr.
Entonces, thank you. Entonces el contador, así como llegó hoy, el contador lo estaría usted recogiendo para venirlo a dejar. Entonces, y si usted fuera liberado antes del 3 de julio por parte de ICE, lo cual creo que es algo poco probable, usted solo tendría que pagar los $100 y salir de la custodia incluso con nosotros. Pero estoy seguro que eso nunca estaría sucediendo desde el 3 de julio, porque es poco probable. Pero de todas formas, me alegra que usted está teniendo sus apariciones en corte aquí. Y pienso que es muy terrible que usted esté en custodia por estar aquí legalmente, como sea. Entonces, tiene la cita para el 3 de julio a las 8:30 en la Corte Superior en Downtown Phoenix. Y comprende.
That's the judge, yeah.
Sí.
That was when he was
All
younger.
right.
He was a little bit younger back
Thank you,
then.
Mr. Interpreter. We have a couple of more for you. Good luck.
We got a few. Damn, we might be running till 11 o'clock tonight.
All right. Juan Cruz.
We got Juan Cruz. This is going to be the Mexican version of Tom Cruise here. Juan Cruz, if you will. Hey, friend. What up, Angela? Where's Juan Cruz at? Come on down.
Buenas noches, señoría.
All right. Okay, we have Juan Cruz in the courtroom. Mr. Interpreter, I'd like to hear his name and date of birth, please.
I thought it was
¿Me puede, por favor, decir su nombre y fecha de nacimiento?
Sí, Juan Gerardo Juárez Cruz, 3/28 de 1973.
Juan Gerardo Juárez Cruz, 3/28, 1973.
Yeah, it is, Audra. That is the guy from Unsolved Mysteries. if you will. What do you guys think Juan Cruz did?
Are you with us, Mr. Interpreter?
Yes, I'm sorry. Maybe the line cut off. This is the interpreter. I will repeat. Juan Gerardo Juarez Cruz.
I thought the voice sounded familiar.
28-1973.
All right. Juan, you were previously charged with the crimes of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia.
Destiny.
A status conference was scheduled in November of 2023. You didn't show up, and the judge issued a warrant for your arrest with a $500 bond.
Yeah, it is. You're not lying.
Señor Juan, entonces usted había previamente sido culpado de los crímenes de posesión de drogas peligrosas, posesión de drogas de parafernalia, una estatus de conferencia que había sido programada para en noviembre del 2023. Cuando usted no apareció, el juez emitió una orden de arresto por una fianza de $500.
Sí. Your next court date is July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix on that charge.
I'm moving to AZ. It's still illegal in the UK?
La aparición en corte es el 3 de julio a las 8:30 en la Corte Superior en downtown Phoenix con esos, esas acusaciones.
Okay. Está bien.
You were arrested earlier today and charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony.
Hey, what's the limit in Arizona?
The public defender's office to represent you.
How many doobies can you have?
For that one, number 2, would you like me to assign?
Y usted había sido arrestado el día de hoy, más temprano, y se le acusó de posesión de drogas peligrosas, un delito mayor de clase 4, y para esto le asignamos un defensor público de la oficina para que lo represente con esto.
Okay.
Under Arizona law, if you are arrested, charged with a felony and released, which you were on the older case, and while
2 or
you're
3
on
pounds?
release, in the first case,
4
you
ounces?
are arrested and charged with committing a new felony. You'll be held without bond, no bond, under Arizona law.
1 ounce per day or 5 grams of vape. Okay, thank you for that.
Entonces, bajo las leyes de Arizona, usted había sido arrestado y se le acusó de un delito mayor y se liberó.
Thank you,
y
Kimberly.
tenía un caso más antiguo mientras usted estaba liberado. Entonces, con el primer caso que usted había sido arrestado y que se le hizo la acusación de por haber cometido un nuevo delito mayor, usted será detenido sin fianza bajo la ley de Arizona.
What are you looking at, Kimberly? I don't even know how do you figure that out?
On that matter is July 3rd at 8:30 in Superior Court.
Illegal. Everything's illegal in Texas.
Do you have any questions?
Y su siguiente fecha para la corte con respecto a ese tema es para el 3 de julio a las 8:30 en la Corte Superior de Downtown Phoenix. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
All right. All right. Your order's right over there.
Thank you.
You click your name on the top.
We have one more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Destiny.
Or is that it?
If you walk on the wrong side of the road, it's illegal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not playing.
Okay. Yes, one more. Elder Perez Martinez. There he is.
Hello, Mr. George. Good evening.
Did he say hello, Mr.
Sorry
George?
about the situation.
Hello, Mr. George.
We have an interpreter.
It's okay. We can do it.
It's okay.
We can do it in English. It's fine.
All right. Did you hear that, Monsieur Interpreter?
Hello, Mr. George.
Yes, sir.
It's like those videos that be popping up on my FYP.
Or do you need any further assistance?
He looks like he's pretty confident. I will, I've run into people, I'm pretty good at teaching people Spanish if they're tired of being in court all day. They seem to understand me a lot better when they get weary. So we'll take a chance, and thank you, Mr. Interpreter, great job.
Vámonos.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you for calling Lion Bridge for Language Net.
The
Have a
judge is
great day.
great.
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right.
Okay, full name and date of birth?
My name is Elder Ivan Perez Martinez, date of birth December 3, 87.
87.
All right, sir, let me get your case up here. There we go.
This judge is like,
you were arrested today, charged with driving while under the influence, a misdemeanor, and risking arrest with physical
what?
Physicality, risking injury. That's a class 6 felony.
Risking injury.
You understand?
I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
80. You graduated in
Pretrial
87?
Services says that you're not indigent, that you can afford to hire your own attorney. If that's not correct, at your next court date, ask them to appoint an attorney, and they will determine whether or not you're eligible, okay?
Yes.
All
That's
right.
actually Robert
I am
Stark.
going to release you on your own recognizance
I
to
risk
appear
every
in
day by
Superior
waking
Court,
up.
downtown Phoenix, on July 11th at 8:30.
Phoenix.
Do you have any questions?
Do I have any bond?
No, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here before the sun comes up.
That will be drinking
tonight.
tequilas before the sun, or
Thank you very much,
tecate before
Mr.
the sun
Judge.
comes up.
I'm so sorry about this. This is
That's
a great
all right.
lesson for me. Like,
Thank you for helping
sorry
us
about
out.
it. Sorry about it, and thank you very much.
Good luck.
Sorry about it, Mr. George. They started about an hour and 23 minutes ago.
I didn't put them. All right, our house calls are Hayden Grove. I forgot about that. Hayden
Still
Grove
intoxicated.
is here because he has a warrant out of Pinal County Superior Court
Yeah, it's been long today.
on drug charges. It is the warrant is a no bond warrant. I assume he's on probation. Let me see that. Let me make sure. I'm almost positive that, because I don't want to. Let me see.
You don't want to what, Your Honor? This is Maricopa County. Maricopa County in Arizona, if you will. Our house calls so house calls are for individuals that are either a threat to themselves, they're a threat to the facility, or they're just being combative. So they don't bring them out in front of the judge. The judge goes to them. Okay, Mr. George?
Where is the warrant? Summary.
So those are house
I'm
calls.
sure we probably don't have the warrant, do we?
Come on, rolling
We
to
just
11. This
probably
judge
have an
may be
abstract.
on LOT now. He's
You
on
know,
a good one for sure.
I'm going to modify that because it doesn't say he's on probation.
Hey, Heather.
or
Welcome,
parole.
Heather.
Wait a minute. I take that back. Now I know why I didn't question it.
And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. It's free for you. It's free for me. Don't be a Scrooge
So
McDuck.
he'll be no bond.
I'm pretty sure that fool, he's old.
His next court date will be in Pinal County, July 2nd.
Hey, thank you, Kimberly.
At 8:30.
Appreciate you making it rain.
Next is Shania Branberry. She was...
Phoenix, thank you.
Let's see,
Adra, gracias for the daily heart.
She was on felony probation for 2 separate felony convictions. The warrant for her arrest was issued, one
Melissa,
in March
welcome.
29th of
Why do you have the unsolved mysteries?
2024, the other April 8th, 2024, each with a $750 bond. In those matters, her next court date will be
Phoenix, thank you.
July 3rd at 8:30.
I love that you
Superior
have
Court,
Robert Stark.
downtown Phoenix for a revocation of arraignment
What up,
hearing.
Paco Taco? Where you been? I
And
haven't seen
then
you.
she
You're
was
welcome. Thank you.
arrested earlier today charged with possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon and commission of a drug offense, Class 4 felony in theft or control of stolen property. That's a Class 6 felony. Counsel will be appointed at the next hearing. A $10,000 secured appearance bond is set. Next court date in that matter, July 3rd at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. And
Where'd you go,
that's
Paco?
everybody, right? Yes? That's everybody, right?
I'm asking for one of them.
You're asking for what?
For Tyrone Davis. It looks like they have him here in custody, but I'm trying to clarify
Okay.
if it's a new charge or for probation.
792, thank you.
No, I saw that name, Tyrone
Time to
Davis.
retire.
It's not on my docket. I mean, it is on my docket printed, but he's not here. But he's one of those cases that probably
What up,
very
Alexis?
likely is a house call.
Hey, no name. Thank you for purchasing a 1 month subscription. Appreciate you. Went to Maui? Hell yeah. Have I been to Maui? Nah, I've been to Honolulu though. It's expensive out there. I could only imagine. We went maybe like 2-3 years ago. I could only imagine how much the prices have gone up on the food. Food's expensive over there. It's so expensive. We ended up buying a grill, a little pot or a little grill or a little what is it? It's like a pan you could plug into the wall. A skillet. We bought a skillet, and we were just making breakfast just to save money save money in the morning. Hey, thank you, Kimberly. Highly appreciate that. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, we just ended up buying a skillet, and then we were buying eggs, cheese, and ham to eat breakfast in the morning, and then we would pay for lunch and for dinner. There must be a new no name because it wasn't me. I was the kitchen and heard oh, okay. Yeah, somebody hit.
So the reason is that the new charge was dropped. It was dismissed, so they technically didn't violate.
Have a good night. Hey, thank you, Hector. Have a good night.
The new charge was dropped.
Eggs.
Okay, so he doesn't have to-
Get you a fancy. Get you, Mr.
He's got 14 hours.
Hawaii is a tourist trap for money. It's
Basically,
expensive.
the new charges were dropped.
Okay. Well, that's all I need to know. Fine. We don't have to do anything now, right?
No, so then technically he didn't violate his probation because he doesn't have new charges.
Okay. Well, I don't think that's the whole case. Let me see. They didn't make a very good statement either. He was taken into custody by the sheriff, by his adult probation officer, a police officer, picked him up, but it was never a good description.
Hey, but the beaches are beautiful.
That he had violated, although he didn't get.
Thank you.
Not keeping up his registration as a sex offender like he should.
What?
And everything, but they didn't really say that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm glad somebody else can worry about it.
Yeah, so for sure, the pretrial services, they spoke.
They cut it off. They cut the mic off, the high mic. They didn't want us to hear. What didn't they want us to hear? What are they being so private about? Just when things were starting to get good. Sunsets were gorgeous, yup. All right, guys, that's it. Court is over. You guys heard that tone, right? Anyhow, hey, I do appreciate you guys. I try to do these daily whenever I have some free time. We do a wide variety of courts, throughout the country whenever I can. The police let him go by mistake. Damn, I'm getting carpal tunnel and my thumb tapping. It be like that sometimes. It be like that. Anyhow, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. We'll probably be back at 11 p.m. So that'll be in about an hour and a half. If I don't come back, you're always more than welcome to check it out on YT. I do have a separate stream running over there. Runs in all day. Been entertaining. Thanks. Hey, today was definitely. I gotta go ahead and clip some of the stuff from today. That's mandatory. That guy, one guy, Mr. George, man. Anyhow, hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, courtesy flush, if you will. Agua, drop one, flush one. What time? What time will you be back? About an hour and a half. 11 p.m. Mind the gap. Hello, governor. Anyhow, like I said around here, hey, Chacha, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. It shows I'm subscribed now. All good. Yep, you're subscribed now. And with that, I don't know how. Maybe somebody gifted you one. No sé. Maybe. And with that, I'm out. Rato y buenas noches. See you guys in a bit. It was you, hey, thank you. Who was that? Oh, Boo. Hey, thank you, Boo. Highly appreciate you gifting those subscriptions, all right? Highly appreciate it. Need to watch, Watch Planet Are You From? Oh, yeah, that one. That one I do.
Please be seated.
Shoot.
All right, this is the 11 p.m. calendar for June the 27th. The court's orders regarding the taking of fingerprints and DNA that were given the first calendar of the month apply to all matters on this calendar.
T-shirt, all is first, please.
Do we have an interpreter on the line?
Yes, getting him right
now. Okay. All right, do we have an interpreter on the line?
Yes, Your Honor, I am on the line.
Okay, thank you. If you could begin interpreting now. Ma'am, please tell me your name.
Señora, por favor, ¿me puede decir su nombre?
María Rodríguez Romero.
María Rodríguez Romero.
Okay, and what is your date of birth?
Su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
1992, 17 de agosto.
August 17th, 1992.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you're here on a bench warrant on the charge of failing to stay at a death or injury accident, a Class 2 felony.
Muy bien, señora. Entonces, usted estaba, ¿verdad?, con una orden de fallar de estar en un en un accidente donde pudo haber causado la muerte o también una lesión a alguien.
The public defender has already been appointed on your case.
Un abogado ya se le ha asignado en su caso.
Bond has been set in the amount of $6,500.
El bono se le ha hecho con el monto de $6,500.
¿Puedo hablar?
You can interpret that, but yes, she could, yes.
Sí, señor.
Okay. Lo que pasa es que estuve aquí hace como 3 meses, pero me detenieron los ICE, entonces pagué $5,000 de fianza hace como casi 3 meses.
Okay, about 3 months ago, I was held up by ICE and I had to pay $5,000.
And I'm aware of that. They actually had to bring you back from ICE detention.
Estoy consciente de eso, señora. De hecho, la detención de ICE la tuvo que traer para atrás.
The judge set a slightly different bond so there'd be no confusion in the case.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Is it okay if you can repeat that just to make sure I did hear correctly?
Absolutely. The judge set a slightly different bond that was set than that was set before, so there would be no confusion.
El juez puso un bono diferente, ¿verdad? Al monto que hubo antes para que no haya, ninguna confusión.
You're going to be before the judge who issued the warrant next week on July the 3rd for your arraignment hearing.
Usted estará con el juez que puso esa orden el 3 de julio para que usted pueda hablar.
You can also talk to your attorney at that time.
13 de julio.
También usted hablar 13th of July.
July 3rd.
El 3 de julio.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for interpreting for us, sir. I appreciate it. That's really fast.
Of course, you have one for us.
All right, now we're going to proceed in the following manner. We're going to call two people at a time. The first person will come and stand at the podium. The second person will sit in the chair by the door, kind of like an on-deck circle in baseball. All right, the first person we're going to see, well, the second person we're going to see this morning is Ronald Kembai Bade, followed by Jawan Graham. Sir, please tell me your name.
Ronald Chabade.
And your date of birth.
March 27, 1996.
All right, sir, you're here on a Superior Court bench warrant on a Class 5 and a Class 6 felony. An attorney's already been appointed to represent you. The judge set a bond in the amount of $500. It's a secured appearance bond, so you could go through a bonding company. If you post the bond, you're not to have any contact with, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference, a post-warrant status conference on July the 2nd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I was picked up. I failed to show up for my court because I was picked up by ICE when they released me for pretrial services. That's why I was unable to make it for my court.
And the judge knew that, but the judge also wanted to set a bond of $500 to make sure that ICE just doesn't come and get you again before we can resolve this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You have something else you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So since this case started the beginning of this year in January, I haven't been able to work. I've been in custody the whole time. And I was wondering if this honorable court would find some leniency and try to lower the bond for me.
$500 is a very low bond. Also, if you were released, what happens generally in these cases, ICE would just come and get you again. Then the Superior Court have to file another motion to bring you back. It's better to get these cases resolved, but at this point, a $500 bond is a very low bond, and the bond is affirmed. So if you could step back over there. You can talk to the judge at your next court date with your attorney about maybe changing your relief. Since they issued the bond, they could change it, but I can't do anything else tonight. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Ron.
Mr. Graham will be followed by Aiden Williams. Sir, please tell me your name.
Duane Graham.
And your date of birth.
11/103.
All right, sir, you're here on a failing to appear warrant out of the Superior Court in Maricopa County. The public defender has already been appointed to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $500 when the judge issued the warrants. That's $500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th. But the next court date you need to worry about is July the 3rd. All right? Thank you, sir. Aiden Williams will be followed by Marcus Robinson. Sir, please tell me your name.
Aiden Williams.
And your date of birth.
12/27/99.
All right, sir, you're here on 3 cases. First, number 5 on the calendar is a probation violation from Navajo County. The Navajo County Superior Court will appoint counsel at your next court date. On this case, the bond has been set as a cash-only bond in the amount of $10,000. Your next court date on this Navajo County case is an arraignment on July the 2nd at 8:30 in that Navajo County Superior Court. Number 6 is a new charge here in Maricopa County, charging you with possessing narcotic drugs and possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 4 and a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to those counts. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. Bond on this case is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th at 8:30. Lastly, number 32 on the calendar is a probation violation warrant out of Maricopa County for a Class 6 felony. Once again, it's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. The release conditions are the same as your last case. And your next court date on this is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, Mr. Williams?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I actually have one question. Is
Sure.
my attorney, Daniel Garcia, still on the case?
They should be, but I can't tell you with certainty.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Robinson will be followed by Imani Sweeney. Sir, please tell me your name.
Yeah, Marcus Robinson.
And your date of birth, sir?
8/16/88.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir, you're here on a new case charging you with 3 counts of trafficking and stolen property, Class 2 felony, 5 counts of organized retail theft, Class 4 felonies. Probable cause has been found. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $2,500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court with proof of your lawful address. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yeah, I do actually.
Sure, go ahead.
I believe I had. You said July the 3rd at 8:30.
Yes.
So they're gonna run this together with the case that I'm already here for.
Ultimately, those cases are going to be joined
Okay,
together.
for sure.
All right, thank you, sir.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You have
You're
a
welcome,
good
sir. Have a good evening, sir. Ms. Sweeney will be followed by Ulania Young. Please state your name
Imani Antoinette Sweeney,
and your date of birth.
01/22/2006.
Ma'am, you've been charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. On this case, you're going to be held without bond because you were on felony release at the time that this offense occurred, so you're not entitled to a bond at this point. So at this point, you'll be held without bond. There will be an evidentiary hearing next week to determine whether or not you should be continued to be held without bond. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30. The evidentiary hearing concerning your bond situation is also July the 3rd, but that's at 1:30 in the afternoon. Do you have any questions about this case, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Go ahead.
With you saying held without bond, that means I won't be able to get released.
Nobody could post a bond for you. You're not going to get released. Like I said, you'll have a hearing on July the 3rd whether or not the no bond situation should continue. But at this point, because you committed one new felony while on release for another felony, you're not entitled to a bond at this point.
Was the new felony the aggravated assault?
It was.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Step right back over there. Young will be followed by Cassandra Nunez. Please state your name.
Yulani and Young.
And your date of birth.
9/17/88.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a justice court warrant of the Kyrene Justice Court on the charge of criminal trespass, a class 3 misdemeanor. The court has found you to be indigent. Counsel will be appointed at the next court date. The counsel will be appointed for the limited purpose regarding the bond issue only. The JP, when they issued the bond, set a bond in the amount of $200. I'm affirming that bond. So it's a secured appearance bond of $200. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date on this case will be an arraignment hearing in the Kyrene Justice Court on July the 2nd at 8:30. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
I just don't understand why it was saying that I have a fine when they told me that there was no fine. The last court that I had, when they moved it down from a what do you call it? It was criminal trespassing, but which was like aggravated, I think it was. But they moved it down and took away that.
The judge issued a warrant stating that there was failure to pay fine or comply with the court's orders.
Yeah,
that's the only information I have, ma'am. I can't do anything other than affirm the bond. When you'll go to that JP who issued the bond early next week, and you can talk to them about that. But I'm affirming the $200 bond that they set.
So I'll be held until then?
Unless you post a bond, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. All right, Cassandra Nunez will be followed by Verena Sepulveda. Good evening. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Cassandra Nunez, 11/10/89.
All right. Ma'am, you're here on two cases. First, number 18 on the calendar is a new charge charging you with theft of means of transportation, a class 3 felony, and possessing drug paraphernalia, class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to those counts. I need to check something first. Yeah, we'll need to reprint this. For some reason, it didn't put counsel on here. The public defender is going to be appointed to represent you. And there's been a bond set in the amount of $2,500. If you post that bond on this case, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. And since you're on probation, you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case will be a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th. Number 38 on the calendar is a probation violation for a class 2 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed to represent you on that case. Bond on that case is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. The release conditions otherwise are the same. Your court date on that is a probation revocation arraignment hearing, possible disposition hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sepulveda will be followed by Destiny Martinez. Please tell me your name
Brianna Sepulveda,
and your date of birth.
13186.
All right, you're here on 4 separate cases. First, number 34 on the calendar is a charge out of the municipal court in Surprise, charging you with assault, class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor. Counsel will be appointed at the next court date on that case. On that case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case will be an arraignment hearing on July the 1st at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. Number 35 on the calendar is a warrant out of the Goodyear Municipal Court, charging you with shoplifting, a class 1 misdemeanor, 2 counts, and 1 count of failing to appear. It's a class 2 misdemeanor. Once again, counsel will be appointed in that case at the next court date. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond of $500. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your court date on that case is an arraignment hearing on July the 2nd in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Number 36 on the calendar is a new charge in the Superior Court, charging you with 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, 1 count of criminal trespass, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of obstruction by refusing to give a true name. The court found probable cause on the drug paraphernalia and the 2 misdemeanor counts. The public defender has been appointed to represent you on that case. On that case, because you were on release for another felony offense, you're not entitled to bond. So at this point, you will be held on that case without bond.
Okay.
Once again, you will have an evidentiary hearing next week to determine whether or not you should be continued to be held without bond. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30. The evidentiary hearing concerning your bond status on July the 3rd at 1:30, and a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th at 8:30. Lastly, number 37 on the calendar is it's the older Superior Court case where you were charged with possessing dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia. The legal defender has been appointed on that case. On that case, there is a secured appearance bond of $2,500. The release conditions are the same. Your court date is a status conference on July the 3rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 7th. So those 2 cases will basically be combined in the same court.
But even if I post bond on this one, I won't be released anyways, because
It would be really dumb for you to post bond, because that way you just wouldn't be getting credit for the time you're doing.
Because
Don't post bond until the no bond situation case is resolved.
So that will be July 3rd will be my next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Destiny Martinez. After Ms. Martinez, we're going to take a short break because there's a DUI warrant I'll have to get to. But... All right. Your name, please.
Destiny Martinez, 102701.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you're here on 5 separate cases. Number 19 on the calendar is a probation violation for class 4 felony. The court has found you to be indigent and is ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. There's a secured appearance bond in this case of $250. If you post that bond, you're not to issue contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. and you to contact your probation officer within 24 hours of your release. Your next court date on this is July the 3rd at 8:30 for a probation revocation possible disposition hearing. Number 20 on the calendar is another probation violation for Class 2 felony. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond of $500. Your release conditions are exactly the same as is your court date of July the 3rd at 8:30. Number 21 on the calendar is another probation violation matter. Once again, public defender is appointed to represent you. Bond on this case, $250 secured appearance bond. The release conditions are otherwise exactly the same as is your court date of July the 3rd at 8:30. What number are we on? All right, the next one, number 22 on the calendar, is another probation violation for Class 4 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed to represent you. Secured appearance bond of $250. The release conditions are the same as is the court date of July the 3rd. Lastly, number 23 on the calendar is a grand jury warrant charging you with 2 counts of aggravated DUI, 2 counts of possessing dangerous drugs, 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs, all Class 4 felonies, 1 count of possessing drug paraphernalia. On this case, the grand jury set a cash-only bond in the amount of $15,000. Other than that, your release conditions will be the same. Your court date on this is a not guilty arraignment on July the 3rd at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these 5 cases, ma'am?
No.
Right, thank you. We'll do a few more and then we'll get to another warrant. Let me get back on the correct. Nah. Let's knock these off and. All right. Now, who do we have? All right. Miss
Hello.
Boyd. Good evening, ma'am. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Lyende Boyd, 08/25/2001.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ma'am, you're here on a probation violation case for a Class 6 felony. It looks like you actually turned yourself in on this.
Yes.
All right. I'm giving you credit for turning yourself in. All right. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. So you'll be released on this case. You'd be an absolute idiot not to appear after you turn yourself in on the warrant.
Yes.
So I have faith that you're going to appear. The public defender is appointed. I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court with proof of your local address. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment possible disposition hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, step right over there, ma'am. Serena Kistel will be followed by Cornelio Zuniga. Your name, please.
Serena Marie Kisto,
And your date of birth.
8/20/85.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a probation violation warrant on a Class 6 felony. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $200. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address, and you're to contact the probation department or officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing, possible disposition hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, I just, didn't get no, notice of it. And at the time, the community was shut down, on lockdown. So I wasn't able to make no calls or anything at that time. And then was aware of it, I turned myself into Gila River, and then Gila River was the one who brought me down this way.
Yeah, ma'am, they said you failed to appear within 72 hours of your sentencing on May the 2nd. When you're sentenced, they give you paperwork and tell you to report to the probation department.
I know at that time, when my mom was on the way up, she broke down. So then it was kind of hard for me to even get back home.
Okay. Well, ma'am, you had almost 2 months. The bond was set when they issued the warrant of $200. I'm affirming that, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you, then, ma'am. All right, Zuniga will be followed by Diego Cavazos. Sir, please tell me your name.
Cornelio Mateo Jose Zuniga.
And your date of birth, sir.
52484.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 cases. Number 29 on the calendar is a probation violation for a Class 4 felony. The court has found you to be indigent in its order of appointing the public defender to represent you. The judge set a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $750. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date on this case will be a probation revocation arraignment, possible disposition hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 30 on the calendar, it's another probation violation for a Class 5 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed to represent you on this case. There's a secured appearance bond of $750. The release conditions are otherwise exactly the same as is your court date of July the 3rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Yep. Cavazos will be followed by Summer Garcia. Good evening, sir. Please tell me your name.
Diego Cantu Cavazos.
And your date of birth.
1/24/62.
All right, sir, you're here on a warrant out of the Peoria Municipal Court on a charge of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. At this point, the counsel will be appointed at the next court date for the limited purpose regarding the bond issue. The bond on this case is set in the amount of a secured appearance bond in the amount of $200. If you post the bond, you're not to issue contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case will be an arraignment hearing on July the 1st at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
If I bail myself, okay.
If you bail yourself out, you just need to make sure you make the court date.
Oh, I got the money.
Okay.
Can I use the phone before they take me?
I don't understand how the jail works.
I know, because I know they got the phone here, but when I go to 4th Avenue, you can't use the phone until next morning.
Yeah, you can maybe ask one of the officers when they're taking you back to the holding cells.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Summer Garcia will be followed by Andrea Castillo Morales. Your name, please.
Summer Garcia,
And your date of birth.
12/6/1976.
All right, ma'am, you're charged with possessing narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause as to those charges. I have found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You don't have to post a bond. You just need to make sure you keep in contact with them. They'll help you make your court dates. Okay. So make sure you contact pretrial services when you get out. Some of your release conditions include not initiating contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license, continue to provide court-approved local address, and you must submit to fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 11th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 15th. So make sure you make your court date on July 11th. Make sure you contact pretrial services right when you get out.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right, ma'am. Step right back over there. All right, Ms. Castillo will be followed by Mariela Duarte Gaxiola. Ma'am, your name, please.
Andrea Castillo,
And your date of birth.
March 23rd, 1955.
All right, ma'am. You're charged with shoplifting, a Class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause as to that count. The court has also found you to be indigent and it's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. You are going to be released on this case on your own recognizance. You need to make sure you make your court date. Your release conditions including not returning to the store where this happened, no initiating contact with the arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court-approved your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 11th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 15th. But the date you need to worry about is July the 11th. Make sure you make your court date, ma'am. It'll be on the paperwork the officer will hand you. All right, Ms. Duarte Gaxiola will be followed by Ms. Pelletier. Your name, please.
Mariela Guadalupe Duarte Gagiola,
And your date of birth.
11/19 of 1991.
All right, you've been charged with criminal damage, a Class 4 felony, disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services, which means you just need to keep in contact with them. You won't have to post a bond in order to get out. At this point, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. If you share that home with the alleged victim, then you're going to have to find a different place to live, at least while this case is pending. If you do have personal property there, you'd be allowed one civil standby to retrieve any essential belongings. So you're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim, not to initiate contact with the any of the arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court-approved for your local address, and you to submit to fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 11th in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 11th. But you need to make sure you contact pretrial services right when you get out and you make your court date on the 11th. You understand that, ma'am? All right. Okay. Step right over there, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Pelletier will be followed by Josie Chavez.
Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Janaea Peltier, 130-102.
All right. You've been charged with possessing narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, Class 1 misdemeanor, and possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. The court found probable cause on everything except for the possession of dangerous drugs. I have found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you.
Okay.
I'm going to release you to pretrial services.
Thank you so much.
This is a close call.
Thank you so much.
You can't have drugs when there are children around.
I know it.
All right. So you'll be released to pretrial services. Follow their directions. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. No drugs without a valid prescription. No driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 11th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 15th. Make sure you contact pretrial services right when you get out, and make sure you make your court date on July the 11th. Do you have any questions?
What's today?
Today is June 27th. The date will be on the paperwork.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Chavez will be followed by Ava Hose. Sir, your name.
Josue Antonio Chavez, 7277.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of driving on its suspended or canceled license, class 1 misdemeanor. The court's found probable cause. Based upon the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to a court-appointed counsel. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Some of the release conditions include no initiating contact with the arresting officers. I don't think you want to see them again anyway.
No, sir.
No drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on July the 16th at 9 a.m. in the Havasampwa Justice Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, step right over there, sir. House will be followed by Juliet Aguiano. Ma'am, step up to the podium, please, and tell me your name and date of birth.
Eva House,
And your date.
9/30/62.
All right. Ma'am, you're charged with criminal trespass in a misdemeanor as well as possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause. At this point, the court's does not have enough information to determine agency, so I'm not going to appoint a counsel at this point, but I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. No drugs without a valid prescription. No driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be July the 16th at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, step right over there. All right, Aguiano will be followed by Brianna Vandenberg. Your name, please.
Good evening, Juliet Ngiano, 122404.
All right. You're charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. The court did not find probable cause as to that count. Also DUI, a class 1 misdemeanor. There was probable cause as to that. On this case, the public defender is going to be appointed to represent you. You are going to be released on your own recognizance. You need to make sure you make your court dates. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on July the 11th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 15th at 8:30. So make sure you make your court date on July the 11th. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, step right over there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Vandenberg. Please tell me your name
Brianna Vandenberg,
and your date of birth.
11/22/1991.
Okay, you're charged with criminal speeding, a class 3 misdemeanor, resisting in order to control a motor vehicle, class 2 misdemeanor, failing to obey a police officer, class 2 misdemeanor, resisting arrest with passive resistance, a class 1 misdemeanor, and also resisting arrest as a class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to those counts. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure you make your court dates. Your next court date will be July the 11th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on July the 15th at 8:30. So make sure you make your court date on July the 11th. That's the date you need to worry about.
Which location?
It's in the downtown Superior Court at 175 West Madison. The address will be on the paperwork the officer will give you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Let me do a quick DUI warrant anyway while you're doing that. All right. Do we have a Hindi interpreter on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Now you could start interpreting the next thing I say. Sir, please tell me your name.
आपका नाम क्या है?
Robin.
Robin.
And your last name?
Singh.
नाम क्या है आपका? Singh.
And is your date of birth June 28th of 2003?
हाँ.
आपकी जन्म तारीख 28 जून 2003 है?
हाँ.
Yes.
You have been charged with theft, a class 2 felony.
तो आपको एक घोर अपराध का इल्जाम है आप पे?
हाँ हाँ.
Also 2 counts of theft of means of transportation, class 3 felonies.
और इसके अलावा आप पे
Please rate the quality of service for this call by pressing 5 for very good, 4 for good, 3 for okay, 2 for poor, and 1 for very poor.
Did the interpreter disconnect? Very poor. Very, very poor. All right, well, she's getting the interpreter on the line. I'm going to make a record on the house calls. Number 33, Mr. Dunbar. The court's inclination is a bond of $5,000. On Mr. Sosa, a bond of $500. If the court does not follow this inclination, the court will come back on the record on those 2 house call matters.
Okay.
Okay, we were in the middle of our court proceeding when our last interpreter got cut off, so we're going to just start in the middle.
All right, sir. Sorry about that inconvenience.
Okay. So you've already had your initial appearance. This is a bench warrant.
So before I start with the interpretation, I need to introduce myself, right? जी नमस्ते, तो मैं आपका हिंदी अनुवादक बनूंगा, तो आपकी कही सारी बातें गुप्त रखी जाएगी। कृपया करके आप स्पष्ट रूप से और छोटे वाक्यों में बोले ताकि मैं आपकी सारी बातें अनुवाद कर सकूं। ठीक है जी?
ठीक है जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। तो जैसे कि आपको पता है कि इस समय फिलहाल हम एक बेंच पॉइंट पे खड़े हैं।
हाँ।
यस।
हाँ पता है यार।
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Okay. So you were brought back from the immigration hold that you had. So that's why you're back in Maricopa County.
तो जैसे कि आपको जो है वो इमिग्रेशन हॉल से आपको वापस लाया गया था, है ना? अभी आप वापस जो है यहाँ पर कैप्राकैन में है।
हाँ हाँ।
Yes.
Yes.
All right. There's a cash-only bond in this case of $40,000.
अच्छा देखिए, ये वाला जो बॉन्ड है इस केस का, तो इसमें एक कैच ये है कि $40,000 का।
Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on July the 3rd at 8:30 in the Superior Court in Phoenix.
तो जो जुलाई की 3 तारीख को 8:30 बजे यहाँ पर सुपीरियर कोर्ट में फिनिक्स में आपकी सुनवाई होगी।
ये नहीं, ये 40,000 बॉन्ड कैसे डाला है? मैं जो तरीक कहती वो मैंने आइस वालों को बोला था कि मेरी तरीक लगवा दो, उन्होंने मेरे को कोई जवाब नहीं दिया, ना वो लेके आए हैं। जब मैं यहाँ से छोड़ा गया था तो आइस वालों ने मेरे को जब अरेस्ट कर लिया था और वो मेरे को लेके चले गए थे और आज ये यहाँ पे लेके आए हैं।
So this is the interpreter to you, sir. I just missed one word from the member. I just need to ask that from him. Will that be okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. सर आपने वो जो शब्द बोला था तरीक, वो क्या बोल रहे थे आप? क्या वो मतलब मैं समझा नहीं वो।
11 क्या बोला था? जून को 11 तारीख थी मेरी यहाँ पे, ये तारीख।
अच्छा समझ गया, तारीख बोल रहे हो आप। ओके। So, sir, as you're saying, $40,000 as a bond, how is that? Because, well, ICE, they told me that my date will be on June the 11th. After that, I did not receive any response from them. And then they brought me here. When ICE arrested me, they actually straight away, they just took me over here.
Sir, the judge who issued the warrant actually set a $100,000 bond. I lowered that to $40,000. That's as low as it's going to go tonight. You'll be in court next week and you can talk to the judge and you'll have your attorney there at your next court date.
तो देखिए जो जज वारंट थे उन्होंने तो $100,000 कहा था, मैंने उसको नीचे लाकर जितना नीचे ला सकता था मैंने $40,000 कहा। तो आज के लिए मतलब हम अगर आज की बात करें तो इतना ही हो सकता है। अगले हफ्ते आपके कोर्ट की सुनवाई है, ठीक है, तो वहाँ पर जज होंगे, आपका वकील भी होगा उस दिन, तो उस दिन आपको जो कहना है वो कोर्ट वाले दिन आप कह सकते हो।
ठीक है।
ओके।
Thank you, sir.
ये प्रश्न पूछ सकता हूँ मैं एक?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
ये मतलब कि मेरे पे डिपोर्ट लगा दिया गया है और मेरे को यहाँ से भेजने के लिए कह रहे हैं और मैं 40,000 बॉन्ड भरूंगा और फिर मेरे को फिर भेज दिया जाएगा। तो मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है इतने भरने के लिए, मैंने वकील भी नहीं किया है।
Okay, so I have been asked to deport, and now they're preparing me to send me back, and then on top of that I have been put on a bond for $40,000, and then after that I will be sent. I do not have that much of money on me. I have not even hired an attorney.
मेरा यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है, मैं अकेला हूँ, ना फैमिली है ना घर वाले, कोई नहीं है। प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट है, मेरे पास मनी नहीं है इतनी।
There is no one I have over here. I am all alone. No family, no family members. I have a request. I have no money on me.
I have appointed an attorney for you, but at this point the bond is set and it's not going to be lowered. So, sir, if you could step back over there into the holding cell.
देखिए यहाँ पर आपके लिए हम एक वकील करवा सकते हैं, लेकिन इस समय पर जो आपको बॉन्ड कहा गया है वो उतना ही रह पाएगा, उससे कम नहीं हो सकता है। अब आप अगर थोड़ा सा पीछे हो जाएं,
ठीक है, ओके, धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट तारीख कब है?
Okay, thank you. And when is the next date?
Let me just tell on the record with the interpreter, your next court date is July the 3rd.
हाँ जी, आपकी जो अगली कोर्ट की सुनवाई है वो जुलाई की 3 तारीख है।
Thank you very much for interpreting for us. You did a very good job, sir.
Thank you so much for that, sir, and you have a wonderful evening ahead. Bye-bye.
You too. Okay. And what language is this? Swahili. All right. Do we have a Swahili interpreter on the line?
Yes, sir, you do.
Good evening, sir. All right, now we can start interpreting. Please tell us your name, sir.
Naomba utuambie jina lako tafadhali. My name is Mohammed, sir. Mohamed. My ID is 83579.
Okay, thank you. I was asking the defendant to tell me his name.
Bwana, naomba utuambie jina lako tafadhali.
Niko Bizimana Elia.
Eko Bizimana Elia.
And is your date of birth January 1st of 1973?
Tarehe yako kuzaliwa ni mwezi wa kwanza tarehe 1 mwaka 1973.
Was that a yes?
He said, Ni ndio ama hapana?
Ndio.
Yes.
You're here on a Superior Court warrant on the charge of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony.
Umeletwa hapa katika kotini ya juu kwa sababu ya kukataa kufungwa.
The legal defender has already been appointed to represent you.
Ule mtu wa sheria wa kukutetea ushaandikiwa tayari.
Bond has been set in the amount of $500.
Umewekewa pesa ya kujidhamini nayo, dhamana ya $500 ya bond.
Your next court date will be July the 3rd at 8:30.
Ile tarehe yenye koti yako itasikizwa tena ni mwezi wa 7 tarehe 3 saa 2 asubuhi.
All right, so sir, you need to make sure you're in court on July the 3rd.
Hakikisha umefika kotini mwezi wa 7 tarehe 3.
Do you have any questions?
Uko na swali yoyote?
Kuna swali kama sipate ndakuaga kumuelezea basi just na kazi.
No questions. If I don't get it, I'm going to come tell you because I don't have a job.
Okay, thank you, sir. Step back over there.
Sawa, asante bwana. Simama hapo nyuma.
Thank you for interpreting for us, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for using our services. This is me, Swahili interpreter Mohammed, ID number 33579, signing off. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I already made the record on the house calls, so now we can go and do the house calls.